Hello, everyone, and welcome to a slightly unconventional live stream premise. I really want to live stream more. It's something that I want to do a lot more often, but if I do live stream a lot more, that means I need to figure out how to balance my life. And I think that basically just means doing things I was going to do anyways, but then also do them while I'm live streaming. So today I'm going to be talking about movies, which is something that I always like to do. It's kind of the point of this whole channel. But I will also, in a major plot twist, be watching the Liverpool Inter Milan Champions League football game at the same time. I'm not going to be showing the game to you. That would be very illegal and it would get this channel shut down. So we're not doing that. But I will just be watching it. I'll be talking about movies with all of you guys. So get in here in the chat. Let me know what you've been watching, what you want to talk about. I think at halftime, I found a list on Letterboxd that lists the best movies about soccer of all time. So I think that would be kind of fun to go through. I have seen very few of them, but maybe some of you guys have actually seen them. And I think, yeah, we'll probably just talk about the Oscars, talk about the upcoming everything that's going to be happening in the film world. Hello, Dory. Nice to see you. But first of all, as always, at the beginning of a live stream, we got a Wordle. Ooh, fresh one. Fresh one. I'm going to go with row 8 again. It's always my number one. It's always my number one. We got Dory here saying Bennett like Beckham. I actually haven't seen Bennett like Beckham, and it is a matter of great shame for me. Um, I know that I should have because I do really like Keira Knightley, and she was like one of my favorite actresses like a decade ago, and I should have seen it. I should have seen Bennett like Beckham, and I just never have. So now we're talking about Wordle. We got row 8 here. We got the A. What about I'm so tempted to start the word with A when I see this. A M O U R Amour. Got a U out of that. All right. Okay, we already know it's not anything with an O, so the limos one doesn't really work here. And I know it's not the M. So what's another? Ooh, I've kind of already screwed myself a little bit by going with a more. Um, Nat. No, Nat something. No, because I already know there's no T. Limp. No. Linau. Lunge. I know there's no E, but that could give us some stuff. Okay, so we know we have an L, a U, and an A. Did you see the new Star Trek movie December 2023? Is that confirmed for real? Like, is that a real thing that's definitely going to happen? Do they have do they have a director? Is it Quentin Tarantino? Like, I haven't seen it, Dory. Tell me more, please. I need to know these things. Okay, so oh, okay, so I know A is not on the front one. So Ullman. Is Ullman a word? I've already no, that'd be a dumb one to try to do it with. Uh Ulcer. Nope. Oh god, what's a god damn it? I was doing so well yesterday. I was like, oh, what about this word? What about this word? Everything was just like rolling off. Uh Aug. AUG. I haven't picked G yet, right? Oh, but I know that those don't go there. So UA usage? Nope. That doesn't get me anything. Have I done the S yet though? Because maybe it'd be worth it just to get the S out of the way. But I already know that the A doesn't go there, so that's stupid. Say I know there's no G. Sakes. Snake? No. The stars are all coming back from the last Star Trek movie. No directors announced. So, like Star Trek 3 from the Kelvin timeline. I think that's what you're talking about. That's great that they've got them all back. But if there's no director announced and it's coming out at the end of next year, they must be planning on shooting it later in this year. So, like, they need a director real quick. I actually kind of wouldn't be surprised if they give it to Simon Pegg or they give it to one of the two main like producers of the Star Trek series right now, the Kurtzman, whatever. I mean, they might be a little bit too busy with all of the Star Trek TV series that they are working on. But I feel like they're the ones that they're probably going to lean on. I can't believe I haven't gotten an S in here yet. That S-A-L Salut. I know that's not going to be one. Oh, great. At least we've got the A in the right spot. All right. L-A. Jesus. This is not working out, guys. L-A. U. L-A-C. No. This is getting stressful. Usually have a much better idea of what the word is by now. Okay, so wait. The L's got to be on the back end, so it could be a double L to end it. Uh, oh, what would that be then? What's a S-M-A-L-L? No, that doesn't give me anything. M-A, no, it's not. I gotta stop thinking about the M and N. My dream plot, all out war and no survivors. Ferengi, Romulans, Klingons fight to the death. That'd be pretty wild, but that's like a lot to have happen in one film. Odds are you would probably get it. Like it would be a war, but from the Federation perspective. So like you're not going to see like Ferengi and Romulans and Klingons fighting unless Starfleet is involved in it. And then it would have to, of course, be then from the Enterprise's perspective, right? That would make the most amount of sense. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a cool idea. I do like it. I also wouldn't mind, and I know I'm gonna get shit for this because it's like not exciting, but like do a Star Trek episode that's like weird, not one that's like super action packed, because that's not Star Trek to me. And I know that's what Star Trek movies tend to have to be, especially nowadays, but like no, come on. We can move past this point and we all recognize the fact that Star Trek is not about people blowing other people up. It's about people discovering things and advancing the cause of humanity and like all this kind of stuff. But now, where are we at with this? So I know the L must be in the last two spots. Makes sense if it was a double L at the end. But what would that be? With the A being there. So fault? Come on. Okay. Okay. Uh Found out a lot of good information. Oh, tough. Okay, so not Q, not W, not Y, not I. Star Trek versus Babylon 5. I mean, Star Trek wins in like an outright war, naturally, but Babylon 5 is certainly better than Deep Space Nine. I will always say that. Um, Paul D P A L J K Z X C. Like vault would make a lot of sense, but the T obviously isn't there. And like that's not a word. So is this one of those things where it's like LUL, but like that doesn't look like a word to me either. Andy's back. What's up, Andy? I hope you got some questions ready because we're going to be talking about a lot of movies while I watch soccer. Uh, and by the way, anyone here, do you also watch soccer? Are you into football? Do you have a favorite team that you support? Star Trek don't have Shadow and Borland ships. I mean, that is definitely true. I was talking about like when I think of Babylon 5, I think of like specifically the Earth Force ships or even the Minbari. Um, I don't think of like the bad guys as being part of like the people in the Babylon 5 universe that would be part of the fight. But yeah, Vorlons in the Shadows would definitely like walk all over the Federation. I'm pretty sure. And also like it's been shown that both the Shadows and the Vorlons have no problem with killing an entire planet. So they would just destroy Earth if they had to, and that would be that. Babylon 5, baby. So good. All right. Oh wait, is this Hall? It's not the T. It's not a double one, is it? Paramount just announced 20 movies. So I guess that's what Dory is talking about. We were just talking about the new Star Trek film, and I guess Paramount had a whole bunch of them. Yeah, we can definitely get into that. I need to figure out what this is, though, before we do that. That's not a word. All right. And I know that there's no S in here because I've already used the S. Halls. Holly? Nope. This must be a word, right? Okay, so what is it? What does this word end with? Is it a double L? And yeah, I'll take a look at what the I'll take a look at what those 20 announced films are once we figure this out. Halt. There's no T. I've already tried the T. Otherwise, yeah, I would have gone with that. Oh, almost sounded like there was hail going on outside. Oh wait, there kind of is. That's weird. Oh, the game's almost about to start too. Quake. Can't be Quake. So the A, the U, and the L are in the exact right spot. So that's not changing. So you got to think about like what can be done here. I know like fault obviously would work. Halt would actually would work. Or halu. I don't know if that's like a French word or something. Looks like we got some people joining in. Just so you know, if you think you're going to be like watching the Liverpool game with me, you are not. I will not be putting that on screen. So if that's what you're here for, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to get taken down by like DAZN or UEFA or anything like that. But if you want to talk about movies while I watch the Liverpool football game, and I'll talk about the Liverpool game as well, since I'm a Liverpool fan. Looks like they are about to come out onto the field. Looks like the refs are all pumped up and ready to go. Still want to solve this though before I move on from it. Collie? No, why would that be it? Chalk. Oh, that. Oh shit, that's probably it. Oh, Dory, nice one. Nice one. That is how we do it. Well done, team. Well done. All right, I'm gonna head back over to here. I'm gonna see if I can find a report on that. Whatchamacallit. The 20 films that Paramount just announced. Got to assume that like that will be a fairly big thing. I'll just search that Paramount 20 films. Yeah, that didn't help at all. There's no press releases on Google for that in the slightest. All right, Paramount. Paramount. No. Viacom shares tumble. Viacom shares tumble after Paramount rebrand streaming outlook. Is that what we're talking about? Because that doesn't seem correct. Why can't I? Okay, apparently I can no longer scroll on that particular page. That was kind of weird. So if you're just new and you're just joining us, get in the chat. Let me know how you are, how you're doing, who you want to win. Liverpool versus Inter Milan. I'm a Liverpool fan, so I'm cheering for Liverpool. But we're gonna be talking about film the whole time we're here. Hello, Dr. David. Good to see you. You're from the UK. Do you have a special a football team that is close to your heart? TJ, can I recommend a movie on Netflix, not YouTube friendly, because sex and violence? Yeah, sure. Go for it. I don't think the act of putting the name of a film in the chat is gonna get us demonetized or anything like that. So yeah, just go for it. I'm also trying to find like something that I can put up on screen so y'all can like kind of track what's going on in the game. Just so like honestly, it might even be ahead of like the live stream that I'm watching. I hope not, but oh wait, is the stream still working? Because it looks like the video's no longer going on for me. I'm not seeing it in the preview. Are you guys seeing it? Okay, it looks like it's back again. I don't think that was me. Actually booked a call for the next hour. We'll join you for second half. As it's at San Sereno, I think Inter will score, but I think Salah and Jota might score freely. Predict 3-1 Liverpool. Yeah, I put Liverpool down as 2-0 in my prediction, but I didn't really. I haven't even looked at the lineup, so I don't know who's in and who's out. If Jota is starting, that's a good thing in my mind. Um, but yeah, I don't know what else to do in as far as oh, what is going on here with the internet? Can someone just please let me know if you guys are still able to see me, because my stream strength, everything is looking good on my stream deck, but it's definitely going a little weird and wonky in YouTube Studio, and I don't know why that is. All right, this looks like it's going fine. Yeah, if there's any like loading or anything like that, please let me know. They perform drama therapy and recreate the sex abuse. Ooh, that's that's a pretty hard subject to watch. Okay, it says I'm good. Was there any issues though, or was it just like everything was fine? Okay, it looks like the game. Oh, the game started. Jeez Louise, I missed that. But thank you, Dory, for letting me know. Still love to be able to find like what everyone was talking about in terms of the what do you call it? The Paramount thing. But yeah, it looks like we got Liverpool going on, baby. All right. Looks like we're already advancing up. Shot into the box. Oof. Already everything's fine, no buffering. Okay, cool. It was just in the preview thing then for YouTube. Appreciate that, because it will give me pause. It will make me. Oh, that was a good chance. This is what this live stream is going to be a lot of. It's going to be me trying to find film information for you guys, and then just reacting in real time to a Liverpool game. So let's see. I would like to be able to show you something, so you're not just like looking at my face and like some kind of, I don't know, a website that kind of just shows what's going on. Just something. Actually, this might work. It's not great. I wonder if they'll do a little bit more. I'm going to wait to see if this one actually shows a bit more of what's happening in terms of like actual goals scored and things like that. Because stats are fine, but they're kind of boring just to have on screen. Show us the box score on ESPN. Oh, I could probably do that. Top events. Caribou Cup. Come on, we don't care about that today. Care about Champions League, baby. I guess that's what that is. Nope. CONCACAF Champions League. Nope. I want UEFA, baby. Hi, Rocco. How you doing? Is that a fact? Oh, this looks kind of good. All right, I'll switch over to this screen and then we'll see how that looks. How's that looking? It's like it's cutting off part of it. Let's see here. Oh, that's weird. That's actually just how they cut it off. Strange. Okay, so we can go with that. Gives you a little bit of what's going on. Oh, commentary? There we go. This is kind of more what I was looking for. Yeah. Although it'd be nice if it didn't have all of these bloody ads. What if we did this? Hmm. Do you know how hard it is to watch grown men sobbing like babies? Procession, very hard to watch. Is that the film that you were talking about, Dory? The Netflix film? I imagine, yeah, it is a little bit uncomfortable to watch grown men express emotion like that, but that's the kind of thing we need to normalize, you know? Normalize men being able to express their emotions and it being like a totally normal thing. Okay, so it's a fiction. Is it fictional or a documentary? Because it sounds like it's. Ooh, hey, it's that bot. Hello, bot. Goodbye, bot. Quick on the draw. Wow, I can't believe they got 4 messages in that quickly. Oh, it is a documentary. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it's rough. Sounds like it's a rough one. Oh, hi, Rocco. How are you? Are you not a fan of soccer or the rain? What? Do you want up here? Hmm? Is this a cry for getting on the lap? Come on. Yep, that's what it is. You want some lap time. All right. All right, big cat. You're good. You're good. Yeah, I also kind of want to show this, but without all of the ads up. So can I just easily do that? I think I can figure that out. Pardon me while I just do some things. Can I just copy this and bring it over into hello? And then just shrink that down. There we go. That kind of works, I guess. Ugh, okay. See, we make things work around here. We make things work. Oh dear. Should not have moved it. Should not have moved it. Um okay, now that we got that sorted out, now I do actually want to try to find that um that thing about all of the there's no way we're still only in the 3rd minute. This news story about Paramount. So okay, let's just see. Star Trek uh film 4. Okay, Star Trek 4 to begin filming. That was from Collider. Okay, so that news actually came out yesterday. Da, da, da. Oh, looks like Sal's in the box. Shot. Ooh, out for a corner. Hopefully, probably. So, as far as Star Trek is concerned, Carl Urban, John Cho, and Simon Pegg are coming back, which is all great. Chris Pine, Zachary Quintano, and Zoe Saldana are also coming back. Oh, sorry, Carl Urban, John Cho, and Simon Pegg are being pursued currently. Trying to see if there's a link out here talking about like other Paramount projects. Because it sounds like if Paramount announces 20 films, it like Star Trek would have been included in that. 20 announces 20 films. Paramount announces 20 films. All Paramount movies will go to Paramount Plus after theatrical. Yeah, I don't think that's any kind of thing that people thought otherwise on. Let's see if they're specific though. Paramount Plus has announced that starting in 2024, all Paramount movies will stream directly on the streaming service after their initial theatrical run is through. I'm surprised it's going to take that long, to be perfectly honest with you. Several Paramount movies were released day and date on Paramount Plus recently, including Clifford the Red Dog. It's not clear yet how soon exactly Paramount releases will drop on Paramount Plus after their initial theatrical release, Paramount confirmed this news in a slew of major announcements. Paramount titles that are currently set to be released in 2024 include Mission Impossible 8, a new animated Transformers film, The Smurfs, A Quiet Place Part 3. Okay. Don't really know what else to see here. I would just love for someone to lay out these major announcements so I can actually just see them, you know? And then we can actually talk about them. But I guess that's not a thing we're allowed to do right now. As Trent Alexander-Arnold throws the ball in, but in Liverpool's half. Can't have that. Big Paramount announcements? Viacom rebrands to Paramount. Oh, wait. Viacom CBS has rebranded to Paramount. That's pretty big news. Okay. 5 takeaways from Paramount's investors event. Yes, I accept your cookies. Skip to content. I don't know. God damn it. Okay, so according to this person, reading an article by Molly Callane, who is writing for, I think this is Adweek. The company's Paramount Plus bet is already paying off. Paramount broke its own records in the fourth quarter when it came to streaming. Flagship streaming service Paramount had a massive quarter. The company broke out of streamer subscriber numbers for the first time and added 7.3 million subscribers to reach 32.8. That's about around what Apple has, I believe. Globally, Paramount added about 10 million. So that's all great. You're going to make me click on things. Okay, for streaming, it's thinking globally. One reason the company increased its 2024 forecast, Paramount sees a huge global opportunity in streaming, according to Backish. We're excited about the opportunity and our ability not just to compete, but to thrive and thereby create significant value for both consumers and shareholders. Gotta make money for the shareholders or else everything just goes tits up. Use sports, JK. Never understood the hype of sports, but I work out every day, so I'll just brag a little bit about it. Why don't you, Mr. Working Out Every Day? Yeah, I just really like some very specific sports and some very specific teams. Liverpool being at the top of that. So they talk a bit more about scaling. Everything. Okay, so this is the big one, probably, or one of the big ones. Everything is Paramount. Effectively, Wednesday, the company will no longer be called Viacom CBS. It announced ahead of its Investor Day streaming event on Tuesday afternoon. For more than 100 years, Paramount Studios has been known for cinematic excellence, but Paramount is also an idea, a promise to be the best. Paramount has always represented brilliant storytelling for audiences around the globe, on the big screen and on the small screen, and every device in between. Paramount is leaning into its new moniker, expanding franchises across... This thing is not updating on its own, is it? Well, that just makes it less useful to me. So yeah, it looks like the Paramount rebrand or the Viacom CBS rebrand is official as of today. Showtime will now be integrated into Paramount Plus. And okay, so then I guess I want to know like the Paramount Investor Day news. Let's see if that will come up. Okay. Thank you, Deadline. Finally. Red Rocket, Breakout, Brendan Dennis, who played Lil in Sean Baker's film, dead at 60. What? Who played Lil in Sean Baker's film, dead at 60. That is a pretty big surprise, honestly. I would not have expected that. That sucks. That sucks a lot. Everyone in Red Rocket was real good. Just gonna confirm. Yeah, yeah. Okay, she was the mother in this. Man, that's terrible. So young too. 60. Man. Puts a dampened note on the proceedings. Yeah, I'm going to try a couple more of these. Prediction. Will it refresh on its own? What's going on here? It's almost like they don't want people to view the match like this. All right, maybe we'll just leave it there. Y'all get the box score. That's pretty good. Oh, still 0-0. Okay. Viacom unveiled a slew of news Tuesday during an Investor Day presentation that followed the release of the company's fourth quarter earnings. The event, which featured executives including Shari Redstone and Bob Bakish, kicked off with the news of a rebrand of Viacom CBS to Paramount Global, with the new moniker company shares to trade on the Nasdaq as PARAA and PARA. And well, okay, we don't need to know that. The name change dovetailed into programming news, mostly surrounding the bolstering of the company's flagship streaming service, including that will integrate its sibling Showtime into the streaming bundle, becoming the streaming home for all new Paramount Picture movies in the United States, following their theatrical run-ins beginning in 2024. And it will also expand overseas via new partnerships with Canal Plus and in France, putting it in more than 60 markets across the UK, Latin America, Canada, Australia, South Korea, and the Caribbean, and all major European markets in Europe by the end of this year. This is actually kind of interesting for me because, and this is like going back to sports things, the English Premier League, their streaming rights were just purchased by like Football or Foot Plus or something like that. So that's a new streaming service I'm gonna have to get subscribed to. But I believe Paramount Plus comes as a part of that as well. Uh, so I guess that means I'll also be getting Showtime stuff, maybe? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what the Canadian offerings are like. Okay, here's a list of the new programming revealed today per Paramount. Here we go. Finally found it. We've got A Quiet Place Part 2, the third installment from John Krasinski, is confirmed for theatrical debut in 2025. That's 3 years away. That's a long way off. You would think that for a movie like that, they'd be able to turn it around by 2024, but maybe Krasinski and Emily Blunt are busy. Sonic the Hedgehog. The first ever original live action Sonic series featuring the character Knuckles, voiced by Idris Elba, is in development to debut on Paramount Plus, setting up a third film installment in the flagship film franchise. Y'all, tell me that you thought that Sonic in your lifetime would be considered a flagship film franchise. No, no, no. You never thought that because that's not how this works. SpongeBob SquarePants. A further expansion of the SpongeBob universe is coming exclusively to Paramount Plus with 3 brand new movies based on the show's original characters, with the first dropping in 2023. In addition, a 4th SpongeBob release from Nickelodeon Animation is currently in development for theatrical release. Pretty wild. SEAL Team. CBS will expand the storytelling universe of the Paramount Plus drama SEAL Team, producing a standalone movie for the streaming service. All right, that makes sense. Some solid synergy. Star Trek, a new theatrical film with Matt Shakman directing. Oh, so we do know the director. It's Matt Shakman. So then who is he? What has he done? Tell me about yourself, Mr. Shackman. His film credits include Cutback, which was a feature-length film released in 2014, and that's it. Everything else he's done is television-based. He's also directed some theater, which is kind of interesting. Might mean that he's like pretty comfortable working with and directing actors in that way. But as far as his television credits go, they include Ugly Betty, House MD, Kitchen Confidential, Everwood, Everyone Hates Chris, 6 Feet Under, Boston Legal, Revenge, Fargo, that's good. The Boys, that's recent. The Good Wife, Game of Thrones, WandaVision. So he's been in fairly high demand, I guess you could say. So yeah, maybe that's a sign of good things to come. Let's see what else we got. I think also Dory just got into the chat to tell me something. Titan is now streaming on Hulu. Oh boy. Oh boy, I think that's only in America because of course we don't have Hulu in Canada. But be real fun for when all the normies get to watch Titan because it just appeared on Hulu. Real fun, real fun. And I think also it was announced that Drive My Car is going to be added to HBO Max in early March as well, March 2nd, I think. So keep a lookout for that. Continuing on with the Paramount film news, Teen Wolf. The first ever original production for MTV Entertainment Studios and MGM's Orion Television, Paramount Plus will reunite with the original Teen Wolf cast for an exclusive full-length movie. Uh, wait, like the original Teen Wolf movie from the 80s? Or are we talking about Teen Wolf from MTV? No, we're talking about MTV Teen Wolf. Okay. Tyler Posey, Holland Rudin, Shelley Henning, and Crystal Reed are set to reprise their iconic roles alongside Orny Adams, Lyndon Ashby, J.R. Bourne, Seth Gilliam, Colton Haynes, Ryan Kelly, Melissa Ponzio, and Dylan Sprayberry. Additional names to be announced. Oh, the referee in the match is getting a little angry. Oh God, Inter's got a corner kick. No, 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 no. Keep them out. Ooh, that was an interesting corner. Allison had to stretch. It went over though. It's fine though. Everything's fine. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The next bit of movie news. A new era of Teenage Mutant Turtle mania takes over in 2023 with a new animated take on the Turtles coming to theaters, produced by Point Grey Pictures' Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg, and directed by Jeff Rowe. Nickelodeon Animation will fast follow that film with a series of exclusive movies for Paramount Plus beginning in 2023, each centering on one of the property's storied villains in never-before tales. So we're going to get like Cruella versions for like what, Splinter and, or not Splinter, for Shredder, Bebop and Rocksteady, I guess. Other villains. That's interesting. Kind of slots into the do we really need this part of the conversation. And then we also have Transformers. The next chapter begins with Transformers Rise of the Beasts in 2023, where director Stephen Caple Jr. and star Anthony Ramos will lead the first of 3 film installments of the iconic Hasbro property. Additionally, the previously announced untitled animated Transformers film, a Paramount E1 co-production with just Josh Cooley, attached to direct, will debut in theaters on July 19th, 2024. So they're not done with Transformers yet either, from the looks of it. So good news, I guess. Lots of good news in there for people. For me, most excited about Star Trek. Always interested to see how Paramount is going to screw with Star Trek this time. They have I don't know, something they like doing. Ooh, that was a good pass into the box. Jada. I guess Jada is starting. Oh, excuse me, everyone. I'm just gonna take a quick look at who Liverpool even started today. Okay, we got Mane, Salah, and Jota up front. Ooh, Elliott, Thiago, Virgil van Dijk, Kanate, Fabinho, Robertson, Alexander Arnold. All right, it's pretty good. Pretty good team. Pretty good team. Into it, liking it, feeling happy about it. We're getting into the 23rd minute, everybody. 23rd minute. So is this thing auto-updating? Nope. My goodness. How can we not have an auto-updating box score in the year of our Lord Satan 2022? Absolutely silly. The musical 1776 coming to 4K UHD Blu-ray, released on May 31st. I'm going to buy that day one. I have not heard of this film. I always get so concerned when my stream just like hiccups on YouTube, but I think it's fine. I think it's okay. 1776 musical. Let's take a look at that. So this, the show premiered on Broadway in 1969. So Dory, is what you're talking about like a recorded version of, say, the 1969 Broadway production, or the is it the 1972 film that you're talking about? It's a restoration of that. Directed by P.H. Hunt. Don't know what else he actually did. Okay. So this is something that I haven't seen, Dory. So you'll have to tell me about it. Although I imagine it's a musical about the founding of America, the Declaration of Independence, that kind of stuff, right? Probably. Looking just back at the Liverpool game, we've got possession. We've got all kinds of possession. The Novice received 5 Independent Spirit Award nominations this year. That's a film that I also have not seen. I think when it comes to the Independent Spirit Awards, I have a lot of blind spots, to be perfectly honest. Gwyneth Paltrow mom was in 1776. Oh, really? In the film version? That's pretty wild. The Novice. Ooh, it's got pretty good Rotten Tomatoes score, although we all know that is not the best thing. Let's see. No, that's cool. That's cool. Obviously, I will be live reacting to the Independent Spirit Awards when they happen, as long as I can actually see them. I should be able to. I'll probably have to bite the bullet and get Amazon Prime for 1 month so I can actually watch them. Because in Canada, the Independent Spirit Awards are broadcast on a channel that is only available digitally on Amazon Prime. Because, of course. Why would we do it any other way? So yeah, I didn't actually end up putting out a review for compartment number 6 today. I decided to get a little bit more sleep because I streamed so late last night, at least late for me, that I really just wanted that extra like hour and a bit of sleep. I'm hoping to do the compartment number 6 review for tomorrow, or Worst Person in the World review for tomorrow. Also depends how this live stream goes. If it turns out to be like super awesome and there's a bunch of clippable stuff in it, then maybe I just concentrate on the clips. Don't know how those are doing or how those are being received. I can actually just do a quick check on that right here. Maybe it'll make my decision for me. Check out Ed Helms trying to hire a surrogate mother in Together Together. Real funny. Mad funny. All right. Okay, okay. Just looking at the old stats quickly. Really excited to see how that Wordle video I put up on TikTok is doing. Not the best. Not the best. Who'da thunk it? Actually, while I'm doing this, I do need to upload a video to TikTok. Is this what live streaming is typically for other live streamers? Is that they're basically just like online and chatting while they fulfill the things that they were going to be doing anyways? Deep water trailer TikTok. There we go. Deep water. It looks like people are talking about it. That's good. Movie trailer. Film trailer. Sorry, everyone. Just trying to get this TikTok out and released. I don't know why this is so difficult. Film talk. There we go. I think that's probably all I need to put it out for. The cover. Let's go with that one. Or no, that one. Yeah. Let's go Liverpool. Absolutely, Matt. Good to see you in the live stream. All I had to do was talk about Liverpool to get you in one of these. Looks like that was we just had a free kick. We're up in the 28th minute. Still nothing going on, but I think we've had a majority of the possession so far. And if anyone's wondering, I just put up a TikTok version of my deep water trailer, sort of not a reaction, but just talking about why I think it's an important trailer and why I hope there's more of them. Trent. Trent was not far off with that one, not in the slightest. All right, so The Novice, got to put that on the old watch list. Oh God, Arnold is key for these moments. Absolutely, absolutely. Even just as far as like being over top of the ball and like being a threat for the free kick going in, you have to respect what he's able to do. So it just opens up so many opportunities, especially if someone else just kind of steps in and is able to take the shot. Uh, I was a 2022 BAFTA nominated documentary called Cow. It was boring as fuck. I'm guessing it means that you watched it or you weren't actually in it. Um, it's one that I haven't seen, so I can't really comment on it. But boring documentaries are kind of like the worst documentaries ever, right? And usually I find like if a documentary is boring, it really just comes down to um it really comes down to the subject being kind of dull and then also the person who is making the film not thinking of a way to like show the subject in an inventive way. And so you just get these two things colliding together, you know, like a boring subject and kind of a boring, not very inventive director, and it kind of just falls apart. Whereas some of the best documentaries are the ones where the subject itself already has a lot of tension, a lot going on for it, and then you bring a director in who's able to form that subject into something really interesting, and then it just kind of pops off. Have you seen Dog yet with Channing Tatum? No. Is that a fairly new one? The only thing I remember with Channing Tatum that's coming out recently is that one he's doing with Sandra Bullock, where he's like the cover model for all of the romance novels that she writes. Dog. Okay. Everyone hit that like button. Absolutely. Yeah, you better. Let's see. Dog. Is it even out yet? I guess it would be if you're asking me about it. Came out a couple or came oh no, it's coming out in 2 days. So no, I haven't seen it yet. Don't know who or what is involved in. Although it looks like wrestler Kevin Nash is in it, so automatically I'm interested. Ooh! Almost got the pass over to Salah in the box. That would have been done. That would have been over with. Looks like Bill Burr is also in this film. Who's the director? Oh, it's directed by Channing Tatum. Wild. Well, co-directed. Excuse me, co-directed by Channing Tatum and someone else. And it looks like he's working with someone who he worked with on 22 Jump Street and Magic Mike, Logan Lucky. So it looks like they've been working together, yeah, for a while, like about a decade. That's kind of cool. Maybe we'll check out the trailer for that a little bit later. Wait, am I going to be live streaming tomorrow? Tomorrow's what? Thursday? Yeah, I'll be live streaming a bit later in the day tomorrow because I will be seeing Uncharted in the afternoon. And so I will be able to come to you with my Uncharted thoughts, fresh and raw, tomorrow evening, probably around 8:30. I will be going live for that, and then we can preview some of the other films that are going to be coming to theaters this week, which include, of course, Uncharted. But let me just check what else is on the horizon. So we got Dog opening wide, Uncharted opening wide. Those are the only two films opening wide. Also, hell yeah, A Banquet, which is. Wait, no. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Is Radically Tested When Her Teenage. Okay, no. Yeah, I was talking in the live stream yesterday about that Welsh folk horror film called The Feast, I believe. And when I saw there was another film here that I saw I think at TIFF called A Banquet, I was like, oh man, it's getting limited release. People are going to be able to see it, but no, it's A Banquet, and A Banquet isn't bad either. It's just very strange. Fistful of Vengeance Netflix out tomorrow is a must watch. Have you seen it? Like, cause I'm very interested in checking it out. I was even thinking about doing a review for it on the channel, maybe having that come out on Friday. But I think the Uncharted review is gonna have to be the Friday one, and maybe Fistful of Vengeance was gonna be like a review that I do for tomorrow. So like I watch it when I wake up and do the review and get that out pretty quickly. Not entirely sure how that's going to work, especially with a couple of other films that I want to put reviews out for. And yeah, Texas Chainsaw Massacre is out on Friday. The plan is to have a review out for that on Monday. I'm not like super enthused about it just based on the trailer. It doesn't look that good. And I just saw a post the other day that was talking about like how convoluted and insane the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise is at this point. Like it just is a wild and weird thing. There's like four different timelines, but they all obviously, or like three of the four of them stem from the original film from 1974. It's just so weird. And yeah, there's like a whole like sequel, I guess reboot timeline that's like separate. And so the new one that's coming out, I believe, is a direct sequel to the original from 1974. But it just doesn't look very well made. Maybe it's not very well made in the good horror way as opposed to like the bad horror way, but won't know until we watch it. But I am planning on watching it over the weekend for sure. Cuz like you got to watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre, right? And I mean I say that and the only Texas Chainsaw Massacre film out of like the 10 that they've made, I've only seen the first one. But this new one you got to watch. Whether or not it'll be good, I have no idea. And my guess is probably not. Probably not. Other films coming out this weekend include. Have I seen any of these? Too Cool to Kill, which looks like a Hong Kong or Chinese comedy film. Strawberry Mansion. No idea what that is. Uncharted, as I said, a fairy tale after all. That is only an hour and 12 minutes long. That's weird. 72-minute films don't normally make it into theaters. Seeing anything like lower than 80 is quite rare. The Cursed, which is a fantasy horror mystery. It's being distributed by Elevation. They're like a pretty decent Canadian distribution company, so that might be okay. And Finding Carlos, which is probably about. I was about to say it's probably about drug dealers, but I don't know if it's about drug dealers or not. So aside from Uncharted, not a big box office type week. Also, I was checking out my tickets. Like I've had my tickets for Uncharted for a few days, maybe even a week now. And I was checking out the Cineplex website. They're the biggest theater chain in Canada, and I wanted to see if they had updated like anything in terms of the seating because that's supposed to be changing in Ontario, and it looks like they're still doing social distance seating for my screening at least tomorrow, which is cool. Uh, but they when I was looking at them, I realized that like I was still basically in a completely empty theater, like completely empty theater. So that made me go check on how well sold the rest of the screenings for that day were, and then the screenings as well for Friday. And I don't want to I don't want to put the horse before the carriage on this, or I don't even know if that's how that saying goes, but I think we need to be prepared for the Uncharted film to bomb out real fucking hard, guys. I think it's gonna not do very well. I don't know if it'll be in the kind of territory where something that's been out for a while like has a better weekend than it. Like I assume that it will be still be number one at the box office, and it'll do like okay, only because the box office is going to be very weak this weekend. That's what it seemed like to me, just looking at how the seats had sold in a couple of different theaters in Toronto. It's not always the best indication, especially with theaters in America being way more open, no social distancing. You can actually have sold out theaters. But if the sentiment of Torontonians is anything to go by, then it's not looking great. It's not looking great for Uncharted. And on a looks like a $120 million budget, they would need what 480 million ish to break even, close to a $500 million. I don't know if they get there. Ooh, Winter's coming up. Ooh, don't give him a free kick. Yeah, yeah, good defending. Good defending. Aw, he's so hurt. I doubt it. Is he still down? Is he still down? Oh, they're blowing the play dead. Must have really gotten him on the shin. Although it looked like it was a clean tackle. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? No way. It wasn't even a kick. He tripped over Robertson's leg. Actually, no, it wasn't even Robertson's leg. Wait, show me that replay again. It's shit like this that get people like really annoyed with soccer, and I hate it. Regina Hall, Amy Schumer, and Wanda Sykes set to host 2022 Oscar ceremony. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. Wanda Sykes is cool. She can probably do some cool stuff. Amy Schumer, though, like my last interaction with her was with her very bad Netflix special that came out a few years back, and I haven't really seen her in anything, and I don't really know what she's been up to. So, is this a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. But like, if the Oscars are trying to make themselves more relevant for younger audiences, I don't know if bringing in like Amy Schumer and Wanda Sykes gets them that. Regina Hall, maybe, but yeah, it's weird. Yeah, so Dora, you're saying here that Amy Schumer was amazing in The Humans. I haven't seen it, unfortunately. I honestly didn't even know that she was in it. Um, so that's good. Like, great for her. Um, so hopefully she can carry that through. And I have said that like the best Oscar hosts are comedians, and she certainly falls into that. So yeah, hopefully it's good. We can all just cross our fingers. I think I missed this other one from Tony. Also, Tony, I haven't seen you before on this stream, so thank you for coming and hanging out. Make sure to subscribe and do all of the YouTube things. You know, like and notifications and the blah blah blahs. Coming out on Friday on Apple TV Plus, The Ledge. Lead actress is pretty hot. All right, let's take a look at The Ledge and see what's up with that. The Ledge. All right. This is, nope, the thing I'm looking at is definitely a film from 2011. The Ledge 2022. Who is this? Well, let's look at the director first. Who is the director? Howard J. Ford. Don't know him. Looks like he also directed not a lot of great things. The Lockdown, Hauntings, Never Let Go, The Dead, and The Dead 2, India. All right, looks like he's mostly been doing like B and C grade action films for the most part. The Ledge, The Ledge. Let's go back to The Ledge. Who is this hot actress that you are referring to? Brittany Ashworth, I'm guessing, is who you're referring to. Ah, yes, she is a female human. Negative. I'm a meat popsicle. Little Fifth Element quote for all of you fans out there. All right, I don't know like what that means for the film. It's actually interesting that this guy, just based on his pedigree, the director, I mean, would be getting an Apple TV Plus, an Apple TV Plus exclusive release. I don't know if maybe they're trying to bring in like a different kind of audience to Apple TV Plus, but yeah, that's weird. Although, in fairness, I haven't like seen the trailer, so that's something I should do. I'll add it onto the list. What are we gonna watch trailers for later? The Dog and The Ledge. Should cue that up somewhere. I'll just remember it. I'll just remember it. I've got a great memory. People who have seen these live streams before will know that is absolutely not true. Still 0-0 in the Liverpool game. Coming up on halftime. Looks like the Inter players were like just mad about something, but honestly, who cares about them? Oh man, it looks kind of miserable outside. Much better to be dry and inside and watching soccer while talking about movies on live stream. Absolutely. I'm gonna do a quick check on Regina Hall. Yeah, she's like older as well. Don't really know what the Oscars are doing here with those three co-hosts. Like they would they're fine on their own, but when you consider that the Oscars are trying to appeal to a younger demographic, I don't understand it. Like those three picks to me do not bring in a younger demographic. They don't make the Oscars like must watch. Getting The Rock to host, yeah, he's like a must watch star. That would have made a lot more business sense for them. And I mean, honestly, it probably would have been too expensive to do that, especially since they were going with the three host format. I don't know if you're gonna get The Rock for an hour and pay him for that, because you know it's gonna be a lot of money. But also the prestige of hosting the Oscars has definitely gone down over the years. A lot of people just don't want to do it. They don't want to deal with all the bullshit that comes with it. But I think if they could find the right person, it could work really well. They just gotta kind of let go of the past a little bit. I think someone recently in the chat suggested John Mulaney as a good one, and I think that is actually a great one to go with. Like, absolutely, you should do that. Oh, someone just sent me a link. Apparently, they're doing a DC Marvel crossover comic book, not a movie. That would be the kind of news that would just break the internet entirely. I guess we can close this Wordle tab. Oh, this is actually updating it. Maybe I'll just keep it there. But I wish I could also see the score too. Ugh. Why does no one design websites the way I want them to be designed? And is that the end? 2 minutes to be added at the end of the first half. It looks like this thing's a little bit further ahead than what my stream is. Will I find out about things that I don't want to find out about? Perhaps. So hello to anyone who's just joining in. My name is TJ. I'm usually talking about movies on these live streams, and today I'm talking about movies and watching the Liverpool football game at the very same time. Trying to do things that I would be doing in my normal life while also streaming and talking about movies. At halftime, when we get to halftime, I'm going to be switching back over to the big old internet view, and we're going to take a look at some of the best soccer films ever made. This is a list I found on Letterboxd. We can go through them. I have seen very few of them. In fact, I think it's The Damned United and one other, and it's like a list of 80 films. Excuse me. And we're going to sort them by rankings as well, because we got to know what the best soccer movie of all time is. It's probably Bend It Like Beckham, to be perfectly honest. And also, if you're new here, get in the chat. Let me know what movies you've seen recently. What struck your fancy in 2021? And even if it was something you saw recently, that's something that we can always talk about. Ooh. Virgil van Dijk's getting mad. You wouldn't like him when he's mad. Oh, he's the best, though. Love that man. I think we're going to be going 0-0 into halftime. That's the way it looks to me. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, not much going on here. Ugh. Maybe I should just turn this into gaming live streams. Because obviously that would be a lot more interesting, visually interesting for the people who do pop in here. If only there were like AAA big budget games like about movies or based on movies these days. Those really don't happen anymore. I guess there's the Star Wars ones. All right, we're going into halftime. So let's kick it back over here. I'm gonna flip to this guy, and let's get this thing. Let's get this thing going. Hey, 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 hey! There we go. All right. Football movies. Football movies. Can we get that a bit wider, actually? Wider. Ooh. They do have The Damned United as #1, which is pretty nice to see. By the time I get this window sort out, it'll be time to go back to the game. Experimentation is a fun thing. All right, all right. So this particular list, shows us all of the best films, and I believe it's sorted by list order. So this person has put this into what they believe to be the order of the best football games of our. Sorry, excuse me, the best soccer films of all time. I wonder Hand of God is considered a football movie because of the mentioned Maradona. Ooh, interesting point. Interesting point, Dory. Maybe that's something we can figure out as we're going through this, because it seems to me that just looking at these on the face of it, it's films that have soccer as a very central thing, a very central theme to it. Like the film is based around soccer, but maybe as we're going through, we'll see some that don't hold up to that. But first of all, we do need to talk about The Damned United. I think this is actually one of the very few examples where the film exceeds the book, and that's largely because of the way that the book is written. It's this very like stream of consciousness, first person narration from the perspective of Brian Clough, who was a real person and who managed real team Leeds United. Leeds are in the Premier League this season. You can watch Leeds United play if you want to. And he did a very impressive thing when he took over for Leeds. He's also considered to be the best English manager who never coached the England men's national team. So this movie basically just follows the two-ish seasons where he was able to resurrect Leeds and turn them into like one of the best teams in England. And yeah, as you can see here, it's directed by Tom Hooper, who has also done films like Cats, the super good movie Cats. But he also did Les Mis, The Danish Girl, The King's Speech, some other films. So he's definitely like obviously an Academy Award nominated film. Has done lots of critically lauded films. And I think The Damned United was the first film like kind of of on his run, right? Like I guess he did John Adams for HBO, and then he did The Damned United, but then he did King's Speech, and then it was like bang, 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 like three Oscar films right there. So that started with The Damned United back in 2009. So if you haven't seen this, I would actually recommend seeing it. It's good. It's good. I think it's an interesting look back at what England was like in the 60s. And if you're a football fan, it's got some good footy in it, but it also does like a lot of behind the scenes stuff, so a lot of business, managerial, that kind of stuff. So I think it's good. It just works. It works well. Also, just going to quickly go down to the other one that I have seen, because as you can see of this list, I've seen two of the 80 presented here. Uh, and so that pretty much tells us that Hand of God is not on this list. But yeah, Shaolin Soccer. Oh man, so good. So good. Mm. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it's directed by Stephen Chow, who has done other incredible films like CJ7. Kung Fu Hustle is fantastic. I haven't seen a lot of his other stuff, but my goodness. If you've seen Shaolin Soccer or Kung Fu Hustle, you know exactly the kind of stuff that he's capable of, and he does good work. Stephen Chow equals Asian Jim Carrey, but Jim Carrey doesn't direct for the most part, right? Jim Carrey, fuck, has he directed anything? Can't remember if he has or not. Ugh. So back to this list. I only know of a few of these films. Obviously, Airbud World Pup is an all timer because, of course, we've got the Olsen twins in a film called Switching Goals. Amazing, amazing stuff right there. I also do just like immediately come down to this one called When Saturday, because it stars Sean Bean, and so I wonder, considering Sean Bean dies in like 70% of all of his films or something like that, how does he die in this one? How do you die, Sean Bean? That's not even that old of a film. That would have been around when Ronin came out. So he would have been about that. He would have been around the same age. Anything else here that stands out to me? I do kind of I'm kind of interested in this goal and then goal 2 and goal 3. This is apparently like a trilogy of films. Um and this one looks like it's it's not bad. 2.9 on the ratings. Like millions of kids around the world, Santiago harbors the dream of being a professional footballer. However, living in the Barrios section of Los Angeles, he thinks it's only that, a dream. Until one day, an extraordinary turn of events has him trying out for Premiership club Newcastle United, which is no small thing. Back in 2005, I think Newcastle was actually pretty good. Nowadays, they're kind of bad. Although they did just get purchased by like a Saudi billionaire, so they're going to be like the new Man City probably, just going to spend oodles of cash and become good based on that, instead of real teams like Liverpool who develop talent and then also buy talent when we need to buy it. Escape to Victory equals Longest Yard and The Great Escape had a baby, starring Stallone. Really? This movie? Because it looks like it has something to do with Germany. Yeah. Oh my God. Is that Michael Caine and Sylvester Stallone in the same movie? Wait, is that? Who's that? Oh, that's not who I think it was. I thought it was a different American actor, but I don't believe it is. Max von Sydow is in this though. I bet he plays a Nazi, doesn't he? He probably plays a Nazi. A group of POWs in a German prison camp during World War II play the German national soccer team in this powerful film depicting the role of prisoners during wartime. What would be the purpose of that? Who would decide to themselves, like, hey, you know, these guys who are POWs, we should just put them up against our best soccer players and see what happens. Also, the fact that Pele is in this is amazing. I hope he does some badass Pele type stuff. I'm super into that idea. And I do want to watch this. Put it on my watch list. I have like nothing in my watch list except for this movie now. I've also obviously heard of Bennett Like Beckham. For the longest time, I thought Fever Pitch was a baseball movie. But I guess not. I guess it's not. And now I feel like an idiot. Is there not a version of Fever Pitch that stars like Chris Kattan? Or no, it's not Chris Kattan. It's Jimmy Fallon. Did he not do something like this? Fever Pitch. Yeah. Yeah, it is a baseball movie. So is this like a remake of the soccer one? And they just changed it from soccer to baseball? Those bastards. I bet that's what they did. I bet that's what they did. Makes me wonder if this is any good then. Wait, who directed this? David Evans. All right, not familiar with his work. What else we got? Bennett Like Beckham. I saw an interview with the director of this on Al Jazeera not that long ago. She's talking a lot about representation and things like that. Oh, she also directed Blinded by the Light. That's dope. I've been wanting to watch that. I feel like I'm always like 3 songs away from becoming a Bruce Springsteen fan, like one of those diehards. He's got like a few good songs that I'm into, but not quite on the level of becoming obsessed with him. But that could happen. That could happen. When did this come out? 2002, man. I probably had like the biggest crush on Keira Knightley at this time. I would have been, what, 17? Yeah. Oh, well. Anything else here standing out? What are you? What are you? Soccer Days. Dias do Futebol. A comedic romp that celebrates the power of friendship to turn your life around. Dias do Futebol introduces us to Antonio, an ex-convict and amateur shrink who convinces his pals that the best way to overcome their midlife crisis and lack of success with women is to reassemble their old soccer team and win something in life, even if only a local championship. Interesting. Very interesting. David Serrano, have you done anything else that I know about? No. Something for TNT from the looks of it. United. I mean, that's about Manchester United, so we don't need to concern ourselves with it. There's a Robert Duvall film here, though. What's up with that? Is this one of those like films where he tries to put on a British accent? Also, Michael Keaton's in this movie. Weird. Michael Corrente. That's a familiar name to me. Why is that a familiar name to me? Nope, I don't know any of these. Don't you hate it when you like see a director's name and you're like, oh yeah, yeah, Michael Corrente. Michael Corrente, absolutely. And it's like, I have no idea who this is. Blinded by the Light spoke to me as an immigrant. That's awesome. I don't really have much to say beyond that because I don't have that similar type of experience. But yeah, I'm glad that you were able to connect with the film. Absolutely. Let's see. A shot at glory. This cannot be a word. The irascribable manager of lower division Scottish football side must contend with problems often on the field when his team's impatient American owner demand they win the Scottish Cup or else be relocated to Ireland. That's not how British football works. While also dealing with the forced arrival of new star striker who happens to be his estranged son-in-law who he blames for the breakdown of his relationship with his daughter. Well, gee golly. That sounds like a lot. But like also that doesn't look like Michael Keaton to me right there in that role. So Michael Keaton, I don't know what he's doing in this one, but he's there. He's somewhere. In fact, he's probably more of like the American owner being an asshole. That kind of I think Michael Keaton would do well in that role. Don't know why. Green Street Hooligans is one that I have seen or not seen, but like one that I've been kind of interested in perhaps checking out because it does have Elijah Wood in it. It is like post Lord of the Rings, so I think in this film he's trying to be a little bit more gritty, you know, trying to do what Robert Pattinson and Kristen Stewart have done. I think more successfully than he has. It also stars Charlie Hunnam, who was in that show about bikers. Sam Crow, Sons of Anarchy. That's the one. We get there eventually. And it's got a 3.3 rating, which is not bad, to be perfectly honest. A lot of threes, some fours. Yeah, seems like it's a fairly well received film. At least we can all agree Millwall are shit. Nice. Lexi Alexander, what has she done? Oh, she did the. Oh wait, that Punisher movie. That Punisher movie is terrible. Punisher Warzone is one of the worst comic book films ever made, without a single doubt in my mind. Such terrible trash. Don Morales, what did you miss? Well, I've just been going through this list of the best soccer films of all time. Green Street Hooligans is apparently number 23. And Liverpool and Inter are they're still 0-0. So you haven't missed a whole bunch. Dory also was able to get the Wordle earlier today. I did most of the work, but you know Dory got there in the end. I also saw this mentioned today for the first time, the Arsenal Stadium Mystery. Supposedly, and this film is from like 1939, it's one of the first films that uses soccer as part of its central premise, and it tries to build like obviously a mystery around the Arsenal team, and I believe a made-up team. So yeah, during a charity football match between Arsenal and the touring amateur side Trojans, the Trojans' new star player collapses and dies. Inspector Slade of Scotland Yard is called in and declares it was a murder. It takes all his ingenuity and another death before the motive is discovered and the killer revealed. You got in the fourth row today was cheap. Yeah, I was sixth row, and that was only because of Dory. But I was making dumb guesses. Like my second and third rows and my fourth rows, or no, my third and fourth rows especially, they were dumb guesses. They were just not good. You figured out a near proof 96% way or 98% way to figure out any Wordle. Well, you gotta let me know. What's your starting word? Do you have the same starting word every day, or do you change it out? My number one word for starting now is rowate, because you get 3 vowels plus you get the R and the T done and out of the way. So you usually get at least one off the top. Weary. Weary. You use weary? No way. Oh wait, this is the order you do them in. So weary, mouth, and picks. That does get you quite a few, doesn't it? Blind. So are you doing like the order that you the order that you try them in just to see how to get the letters, or are these like different ones that you cycle through as your number one word? Because blind, I don't think is a great number one word. Mostly because N and L are really the only common letters there. Uh, Weary is a fascinating first word. Like you are getting two vowels, the R, and but like W and Y are very rarely a part of these. That's fascinating to me though. Blind is number four. Okay. Yeah, I guess yeah. There's no repeating letters here, eh? Just like taking a look at them. By the way, the game is back, so I'm gonna switch over here. Um, I really want this to just be like something I don't have to refresh. Is there no like live thing? And I mean, also the Liverpool Match Center is not great. Otherwise, I would just be using that. I guess it does update live though. Meh. It just doesn't look that good. And yeah, ESPN doesn't look great either. Got to refresh it all the time. I wish there was something you can turn on like auto refresh. Let's see if just that just comes up. What does that give me? Uh, Liverpool Echo? Nope, that's not it. When you are done, if you are missing any letters, it's F, G, J, Z, X. You can usually eliminate Q without a U. By the time you do the four words, you have all of the clues. Huh. So like when you even when you get down to like say the word number two and you've got like at least four of the letters, do you just keep going with like your typical three and four pick? Or do you like stop there and just do it? So you're not really concerned about like when you get it. You just want to make sure that you get it. Come on, give me a live update. Give me a live update. Last update a minute ago. Oh, this might be live. This might work. This might work. Plus, we get great little memes like Firmino saying knowledge. All right. We'll give this a try, see what happens. Looks like we have subbed out Jota for Firmino. Okay. So Jota's probably sliding into the false nine then, which I think I know what that means, but who knows for sure. Yeah, Firmino sliding into the middle. Well, if I get all the letters, there's no point in picks or blind. True. True. That's awesome. I think I've only failed like one Wordle. So, yeah. I found that like going with row 8 and then like limos is a good two to start on. But sometimes I get sort of like obsessed with getting the first, like getting a couple of letters in the first one, and I just start like blind picking from there. It's not always the best strategy. So tell me, Don, are you a soccer fan? Does this Liverpool versus Inter game interest you at all? Or are you just here to talk about the movies, the moving pictures, the films as we call them? Speaking of which, how's that new TikTok doing? Not terribly. Oh, actually, no, I put it up like half an hour ago. Yeah, that's not great. Damn it. It's times like this that you start to wonder if you're shadow banned on TikTok. Like probably not, and I'm probably just not putting up content that people who initially subscribed want to see, but also I feel like it's not bad stuff, which is a bad attitude to have. The stuff I should be putting up should be like the best shit ever, bar none. You're more of a CrossFitter. Fair enough. But that doesn't mean that you don't watch sports, you know? Oh, yes, it does auto update for you guys. Awesome. Awesome. It looks like it's actually a little bit ahead of mine. But that's okay. That's okay. So this is what? This is Anfield.com? Sick. Remember that if we ever do this again. Uh, so Don, what movies have you seen recently? Tell me a bit about that. What have you seen recently that's tickled your fancy? Inter's coming up the field. Cross in. Allison gets a hand on it. Booyah. Love that, man. Oh, oh boy. Times like this, like I really just want us to get an away goal. Like really badly want us to get an away goal. Looks like a bore draw so far. Yeah, it seems like I mean, I hope that Liverpool eventually tries to get a goal here because the away goal would be really nice in the tie. But you know, if they're just gonna play for a nil-nil draw, then whatever. Although it's annoying, and I know like going back to Anfield on a nil-nil is not the worst thing in the world, but I always in that case get worried about just like the random little away goal that gets put in by Inter, and then we have to score two in order to clear it, and then as soon as they score their next one, then we got to go one up, and it just becomes this ping pong bullshit game. It's like exciting and there's lots of tension filled, but I would rather them just get an away goal here, and then we can have a good shot at Anfield because we're not losing at Anfield. That's not a thing we do anymore. I became a Man U fan because my friend was watching a game and his team was on. And I chose Man U to spite him. Then Man U won. Oh, it must not have been very recently. Man U has not been playing well this year. I don't even think they're in the top five right now. Take a quick look. Remember Atletico Madrid? I am aware of them, yes. If you're referring to that time that we lost to Atletico Madrid in the Champions League not that long ago, I don't want to remember that at all. Thank you very much. Also, Inter just came very close to scoring. Like, if their striker was maybe 3 or 4 inches taller, that probably would have gone in. Ugh. Uh, MU fans. It was at a bar, and I found this bro who was also an MU fan, and we just hit it off, becoming newfoundly MU fans. And then my friend basically cockblocked a potential friend because he did not want MU fans to multiply. Oh man. Oh, that was so close. Oh, oh dear. But as for movies, yeah. Let's go. The point is, you went back to Anfield having not done the job in Madrid. Yeah, and you can't do that. You definitely don't want to do that. Like, you got to do the job when you're away. Absolutely. It just makes things so much easier for you. Just doing a quick stats check. Oh, you finally watched Encanto. What was that? How was your experience with that? Ooh, picked up a subscriber somewhere along the way. That's always good to see. What was it from? I have no idea. And if you're here and you haven't yet, please make sure to like this live stream. Increases our visibility, makes it so other people can come in and chat with us. I was actually kind of expecting, and maybe it did happen, I just didn't notice, but I was expecting like some random soccer fans to come in here. Um, just based on the title and the description and the thumbnail, but that has not happened at all. So there must be some other people who are like much higher up on the live streaming totem pole for soccer games. Oh, Dr. David, you're an MU fan too for 50 years. Wow. I've only been a Liverpool fan since about 2008, I guess. No, 2010. So about 12 years, 12 or 13 years. I've got a scarf right here, actually. Why am I not wearing my Liverpool scarf? Can I reach it? Oh no, that's my toque. I'm not putting that on right now. Ugh. Clear it. Clear the damn thing. Good. I rewatched Winter Soldier after a few years to like dissect how the film was from a critical reception, and it still holds up as my best movie in the MCU. That's probably one of the only MCU films that I would really consider rewatching. Although I did rewatch it, or at least parts of it, not that long ago, and it felt kind of mechanical to me in a way that wasn't that pleasing. I kind of guess I don't know. Kind of felt like there wasn't a lot of emotion in the whole thing, but once again, I was only really seeing clips of it, I believe. So I probably should go back and watch the whole thing. It does seem to me to be like the only MCU film in my mind that's kind of going back and watching again. It's like maybe one of the last films that I can think of that had like pretty good character work in it that was an MCU film. So yeah, not I mean, I'm obviously not the biggest fan of the MCU, but I also go see all of the MCU films the day they come out. But I think yeah, Winter Soldier is probably the one that has the best bit of character work in, well, especially in the most recent films. I guess you could include like the new Spider-Man in that, but I think Winter Soldier probably is a much better made film than No Way Home. Maybe I'll clip this and so that everyone can argue in the comments with me about that. Get the Marvel stands all riled up. After watching the movie, WTAB actually makes sense. The song blew up, and it's not even like an anthem or what not. Like if you don't watch the movie, the song is confusing to understand. W. Oh, you mean I think you're talking about Encanto there. The Encanto movie was well done, but the pacing was kind of rushed after Maribel finally confronts Abuela. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they were sprinting across the finish line in that film in Encanto, for sure. Van Dyke is getting mad, rousing the team. Yeah, we need him. That's why he's like captain or vice captain. He's like the scariest man in the world. And it looks like he's wearing the captain's band. I guess Inter doesn't have the. Or wait, do they? I know that there's a player for Inter, I believe, who just signed with Toronto FC. So I'm going to be. Oh, based on the angle of that, I thought we just got an own goal. Jesus. It's one thing I hate about watching football on on TV. You never really know what the angle is. Yeah, I'm guessing that guy that got transferred to TFC is no longer eligible for Inter, so that is probably a good thing for Liverpool. Like she calls her out. This is in Canto, I believe, and then the next scene they make up, and I'm like, years of neglect. She didn't wrestle with being called out, so I would have liked at least an extra scene to flesh out her being called out. Yeah, that's fair. Like I said, they were definitely rushing to cross the finish line on that. And I think it's, I don't know, I can't remember if that's like just a typical function of musicals where once you get to the big finale, or once the big finale is delivered, you don't really dawdle that much. You know, you don't, you kind of just get into it and get out. Looks like Elliot's coming off for Kata. Interesting. Reencanto, a screenwriter once explained how the ideal script should have an ending like a magnet that draws all of the threads of the story towards the climax at an increasing pace. So it's just good screenwriting, basically. Yeah, and I think what Don is kind of describing is more of a personal preference to this. I've also heard, like, going back to, what was it? The Nicolas Cage film adaptation, there is a line on that, or a line in that from the screenwriting seminars that you are never ever supposed to use um, voiceover narration in a screenplay, and a lot of films still do that. A lot of films still employ that. I'm not the biggest fan of it, and I feel like if the entire point of that VO is to stitch together a story that you didn't properly explain, oh my god, interscored. God damn it. Please tell me he was offside. He's not celebrating. He's not celebrating. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I think he was offside. Yep, offside by a foot. Van Dyke, you saved the day. Holy moly. Yeah, but a 2 3 minute scene of Bella processing what was said would make the movie a lot stronger. IMO. I haven't seen the film recently enough to really comment on that, but I think, yeah, there are some things that happen where you need a little bit of time. but not everybody's Charlie Kaufman. He uses voiceover narration in adaptation though. It's like a funny part. It's a funny part of that joke. But I don't know. I'm kind of reminded of Blade Runner as an excellent example. Like if you feel like you needed the VO to begin with, then you haven't done a good job of showing and not telling, and so you just have to tell. But then, as it turned out with Blade Runner, they actually did a very good job of showing and not telling, and then they just needed to actually let the visuals speak for themselves and not have Harrison Ford's droning overtones go over top of it all. Maybe that'll be a highlight. What was that? I gotta start marking down the times of these. Notepad. That was about what, 130? Say about 135. You need to get way smaller. Inner's coming in again. Nice defense. Good feet. I also watched Devil Wears Prada. Great movie. That movie I can tell gets better with time and rewatches. Meryl, Emily, and Anne were phenomenal. Yeah, absolutely. Emily playing Emily was also really funny to me. Yeah, it's a very good movie. I saw it for the first time like a year ago. I guess I was always avoiding it because I considered it to be like a chick flick, and shame on me for having that kind of archaic way of thinking. But yeah, it's a wonderful film, and I think it's one of those films that kind of has turned me around on my Meryl Streep opinions. Oh, Liverpool's going in. Oh no. Yeah, it's one of those films that turned my opinion on Meryl Streep around because I was kind of like, oh, Meryl Streep's a bit overrated, whatever. And then I saw her in that, and I was like, oh man, she's just cold hearted in this, and it's great. Which is why Inception was so ridiculous when Aradine asked, "Whose subconscious are we going in exactly?" Overloaded with exposition. Oh yeah, yeah. Once again, an example of you didn't show well, so you had to tell. I guess it also applies. It applies equally to exposition as it does to voiceover narration. I think we'd all just agree that VO is largely unnecessary. I can't think of like a practical reason as to why you would want it. Like I was watching The Worst Person in the World recently, and it has voiceover narration, but it seems like it's a bit uh it's kind of necessary in that because I thought one of the reveals by the end of the film was going to be that the narrator was the main character and that she had become a writer. And so this was her like narrating her own life. And there was a couple of points or moments where like they talk over each other. So that's kind of where I thought they were going with it. I think I kind of missed on what they were actually doing with VO in that film. If anyone has seen it and has some ideas about it, I'd love to hear that. Speaking of Meryl Streep, but she was stern and menacing, but barely raised her voice. Oh yeah, she was scary without having to yell, which is an accomplishment. She was also brilliant in her job and knew what she was doing in her career. Plus, I like the fact that the villain was always working for the benefit of the company. Yep, that's what companies are all about. Being evil. And having evil people run them. Except for this company. Cinemateq company. 100% good. Actually, Portrait of a Lady on Fire is a beautiful example of how show and not tell and get the balance right. I mean, the ending is genius. Yep. It's up there with Tokyo Story. Oh, it's 100,000% like a great example of not needing voiceover narration. And like VO would have completely spoiled that film, no doubt. Hey, Brent's here. What up, man? You're almost at the end of your workday. And part of my workday is watching soccer and streaming live on YouTube. Hooray. But it's run by a ginger, the Cinemateq company. They have no souls. Newsflash, nobody has souls. Brent saying, I really like voiceover narration because it reminds me of a book where you can get insight without having to uh, dedicate runtime. It's one of the things I really liked about Veronica Mars. I think Veronica Mars is an interesting example. One, because it's mostly a television series, but also you're getting like additional comedic things about that. Whereas I think VO when it's used in its most lazy form in films. It's just like someone being like, I didn't know what she meant when she said that, but I knew I had to go to the warehouse in order to find out. And it's like, okay, maybe if you just wrote your script better, you could have done without that, you know? Do you have a question for us? Do I have a question for you? Hmm. Hmm. At this exact moment, not really. I'm kind of just in like my streaming zone, my streaming mode, watching this Liverpool game, hoping that they can score on this corner kick or on this free kick. No, it's a corner kick coming in. No one able to get on the back end of that. That went way over everybody. Bayern are losing 1-0. No way. Who's Bayern? Who are they playing? I have a friend who like loves Bayern Munich, so he'll be real not happy about that right now. Oh, ooh, not a bad. Was that Luis Diaz taking that shot? Yeah, it was. He really wants his first Liverpool goal. Actually, I think the Star Wars Clone Wars TV show does VOs really well done. Did it have voiceover? Oh, yes. Yeah, that's more of like that's kind of harkening back to like World War II newsreel type stuff. Um yeah, like that sort of like war propaganda that America and Canada were so good at making during World War II. Canada especially, we were really good at making war propaganda. Um yeah, it's kind of like that kind of VO. Yeah. I agree. I agree. I think that is like a good example of VO, but it's not, it's more of just like a way of doing the episode recap, but in the context of the episode you're currently watching. Um, and it has that kind of like 1940s, like the way he presents himself, the voice, and everything like that. I think that's cool, but it doesn't really tell you things that are necessary for understanding the episode that you're in, like as the episode's going on. As I said, it's more of just like a recap right off the bat. But yeah, I do enjoy that. I enjoy it the most because it like sounds very much like it comes from the 1940s. Like an episode of The Shadow or something like that would have that at the front end of it. You guys, here's a question. Do you remember the Alec Baldwin film The Shadow? Man, that's a movie. That is a movie and a half. I want that to be in the public domain so I can watch that on here with you guys. The convios be done well with someone with a higher pitched voice. Uh I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's one thing that you don't hear a lot, right? Like most VOs are done by dudes for the most part. Or voiceovers, I should say. Most voiceovers are done by men, from what I recall. I don't know. Is there an example of a female film with a persistent narrator VO that you can think of? And I'm not going to count something like Kate Blanchett at the beginning of like Two Towers or something like that. Uh, I haven't watched Fight Club recently, but that is a voiceover heavy, but seems to serve the story as to the identity of Tyler Durden. Yeah, yeah, I'll accept that. It's you know, there are exceptions to every rule. And I think once again, like the actual fact that there is voiceover plays very heavily into the idea of identity and the self. So it kind of makes sense to me in that. I'm just more talking about the voiceovers that uh, are stitching together scenes and leading the story along because the screenwriter was too lazy to make that like a priority for them. Does Kristen Stewart narrate all of the Twilight movies? Uh, I don't know. Maybe. Unpopular opinion: Twilight Part Two is actually a good movie. I've only seen the first Twilight, and I kind of want to see Twilight 3 because David Slade directed it. And at a very particular moment in time, David Slade was like one of the directors that I was watching out for the most. Mostly that was due to his one of his first films being Hard Candy, which is just so stressful. Such a stressful movie. But also did the 30 Days of Night film, which I enjoyed. You know, not a great film, but it had some good things in it. The twist in Breaking Dawn Part 2 had me shook. Oh, you mean the one where the werewolf is like, yo, this baby's just been born. I'm gonna marry it one day, and then like walks off. That ain't no twist. That's just weird. That's just weird shit. Straight up weird shit. They changed everything from the book adaptations without changing a single thing. Wait, what? What do you mean? Explain that. I've only seen the first movie, and all I can really remember from that is Kristen Stewart, like, what is it? What's the term? It's kind of like the kind of sound that you can make when you're talking, just like, no way. I can only remember the sound a lot coming out of Kristen Stewart's mouth in the first Twilight. Uh, it's been 20 years. I think it's safe to talk about it. I think Don was telling the old classic Fight Club joke. The first rule about Fight Club: you don't talk about Fight Club. If you read the book, Breaking Dawn is done a specific kind of way. The movie happened in a different way, I guess. Okay, okay. It's like a scoff. Yeah. She scoffs a lot. I kind of thought that that's what like Kristen Stewart, like that's just the way that she acted. She was just a scoffer. And then in films that have come out since, she's not scoffing as much. So I'm guessing they just thought that Bella Swan was a scoffer. She was just super into scoffing. They changed everything in the movie, but they didn't change it at all. That's a wild statement. It's one of those things that I think to truly understand it, I would have to read all of the Twilight books and then watch all the movies, but I am absolutely not doing that. Absolutely not. No, 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 no. Excuse me. Like it was super faithful to the material without changing it. So so they didn't change everything? I'm confused. I feel like I'm being led around here and I don't really know what's going on. You did that as a 13-year-old boy? Don, I think that means you're younger than I am. Maybe. When did the Twilight books come out? And I don't even know why that matters. Twilight books. There's 5 of them? Oh, yeah. Yeah, first one came out in 2005. So, yeah, I think I probably would be a bit older than you. Not by a lot, though. Badlands voiceover is done by 16-year-old Sissy Spacek, or Days of Heaven with a young Linda Mance. I am going to give Badlands a pass. God, who wrote that film? Was it also the director who wrote it? Badlands film is what I want to search for. Yeah, Terrence Malick, written by Terrence Malick. He definitely qualifies as a show don't tell director, so I'm actually kind of surprised that he would have voiceover in one of his films like that. Days of Heaven. Was that also Malick or was that someone else? Yeah, that was Malick as well, and he wrote that. Can't really say much about that. I don't think I've seen either of them. One of my great film shames is that I haven't seen a lot of the early Terrence Malick work. They did. The last Twilight movie changed everything and nothing at the same time. And unless you watched the movie and read the book, you wouldn't have had the Shook experience. Gotcha. So, like, are we talking about the baseball scene, the famous baseball scene from Twilight, like being in the book, but in the movie they just like changed the baseball scene? So, like, it was there, but it was different. It's how I made my best friend watch every MCU film because he wanted to watch Endgame with me. Spoilers, it changed his life. He thanks me for forcing him to do that to this day. Right on, right on. Also, yeah, your friend going into Endgame without watching the other films would have been a very strange experience. Terrence Malick did a voiceover in The Tree of Life. Did he? I do not remember that. Was it a prevalent one? Like, was it for the whole film, or was it just like during the dinosaur birth of the world type moment? Because I do not recall that. Goal! Luis Diaz, his first Liverpool goal. Bam! There's my away goal, motherfucker. We're going. We're going to the round of 8. Book it. All we have to do is play the rest of this game and a whole other game, and we'll be there. Oh, you'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Oh no, the first four movies were trash. But as Twilight fans, we knew that. Fair. Badlands and Days of Heaven are both 70s masterpieces before the Malick style became a parody of itself in more recent films. All right, I'll have to check that out. Ooh, we've got another bot here, Ulysses. Everyone say hi to Ulysses. What up? What up, Mr. Bot? I assume that's a bot. If you're not a bot, I apologize. Maybe you're saying Vin FYI for reasons I don't quite understand, but I doubt that very highly. But the fifth Twilight movie shook you harder than Infinity War did? Infinity War did? I find that hard to believe. Uh-oh. My computer froze for a second. That was bad. Whew. Whew. One thing that will always make me scared. Just random computer freezes. Sean Penn in The Tree of Life doesn't have one speaking part, all voiceovers. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And the things you forget over the years. It's been a while since I've seen Tree of Life, so that would be why. I'm not really remembering it that well. Let's talk about compartment number 6, because I saw that yesterday, and I can probably remember that fairly well. That's actually kind of a good example of what Dr. David was talking about in that example of screenwriting, where all of those different threads kind of pull you towards the ending and get sort of like tied up. There's a really beautiful moment in compartment number 6 where they set up a very specific thing. I don't want to spoil it because it is one of the nicer moments of the film, but they set it up fairly early in the film. Excuse me. They set it up very early in the film, and the payoff, like, it's one of those things where you look at the film, you watch the film, and you're like, oh, it's so nice that they like paid off what they set up early in the film, but they're also paying it off in a way, not just in that they are harkening back to it, but it's also like a major emotional beat that is what ends the film. Like, it's how we end the film. And for that, it's pretty remarkable, honestly. Like, it just made me feel all of the feels. Dory, I think you have also seen compartment number 6. Maybe you can confirm or deny what I'm saying about this. But it's pretty special in that way, in my mind. Never seen Twilight, never seen Avengers, don't want to. Hey, now we don't need to do okay boomerang in here. We are a small but supportive community. I totally understand like not wanting to want to watch the Marvel films. You know, like I get that absolutely. And like the Twilight films, you know, they have always had like fairly poor reputations, fairly bad reputations. So it's like I understand not wanting to watch that stuff. I'm also starting to see a lot more stuff online where people are like, "Oh yeah, I've never seen Star Wars," and that one kind of irks me a little bit more. Like, you've had time. Star Wars has been out since 1977. You've had time to see Star Wars. But Kristen Stewart has grown a lot from Twilight. Oh, absolutely. She's my number one performance of the year. She's totally awesome and cool, and I want only the best for her. And I really hope that she wins the Cinemateq Film Award, but that isn't up to me. It's going to be up to all of us. By the way, if you haven't done so yet, Cinemateq Film Award nomination ballot, link in the description box below. I will be closing the nominations on Friday evening when I get home from seeing Ali and Blood for Dracula. So you have until that time. Ooh, good defense. Good defense, Liverpool. Oh, that was a cracker. That was a cracking shot. Whew. By Inter, but it went over the net. Real good foresight by the Inter player, whoever knocked that off or shot that off. They did really well. Compartment number 6 fun factor was God tier, right below Cyrano in fun. Yeah, it's not really what I would call like a fun movie, like on the face of it, but it just kind of made me smile. You know, there were a lot of moments where I was just smiling. You know, and a lot of that has to do with the secondary actor, or I guess the supporting performance. I want to get his name right though, or I want to say his name. because he did such a great job, and a lot of what happens in that film is especially remarkable because of how he portrays himself in it. Like, if you get someone else who is not able to put over that kind of like very helpful loner kind of energy, like someone who's always wanted to belong but has never maybe been able to find a kind of family and is not really able to uh, accept affection, like he's got like real middle child energy maybe, and it just works really well for him. But yeah, it's his name is Yuri Borisov. Very good, very good in that film. GQ Russia chose him as the actor of the year in 2020. You can see why. Da, da, da. Oh yeah, I have to do that. I have to submit the 3 movies I saw in 2021. Yes, you do. Brent, you've had so much time. This nomination ballot's been open for weeks. Weeks. And remember, not every category are for films that came out in 2021. Archive of Excellence, any film that came out before 1991. Or 1991 and before. And also Best Restoration of the Year, but I assume you haven't seen any restored films that you are aware of. Maybe you have. I don't know. Well, some of her movies, when she pays the lesbian comedies, it kind of turns me off, and I'm like, oh wait, she can actually act. Yeah. That Christmas movie she did for Hulu is pretty good. The one with Mackenzie Davis and their lesbian couple. She's good in that. William Friedkin perceptively observed when his film Sorcerer bombed the same year Star Wars came out that the film landscape changed. He says that nearly 50 years later, the MCU is the same thing. Yeah, of course. I think the film landscape kind of already changed in 1975 when Jaws came out. I think that was more of a Star Wars was certainly a tectonic shift, but I think that Jaws was kind of the first film to move us into the blockbuster direction. Psycho also played its part in changing the way that we watch films at the cinema. Ooh, Liverpool's like in the box. Come on, just someone take a shot. Oh my God, is that gonna count? Yes, 2-0, baby, 2 away goals. Tell me Liverpool's not going through. Tell me, because they are. They are going through. Ba-boom. Shabuya. That's sick. I hope Matt Caster Matt, the Magic the Gathering YouTuber who was in here earlier, is having fun watching this as well. Uh Never do today what you can put off until tomorrow. Procrastination's a beautiful thing. The girl in compartment number 6 was not hot, but I loved her and I think she had a beautiful soul. I when I was watching the film, I think yeah, I don't really know what to make about that because I think that maybe she's not like conventionally attractive, but also like conventionally attractive is a meaningless term. So like to hell with that. And I wouldn't be surprised if like you put her in a role where she's like made up as women are made to feel like they need to be made up, like the makeup, not wearing like, loose sweaters and things like that. She may actually fall into what is considered to be conventionally attractive. But I think as part of that film, part of the look that they gave her was making her seem like a world weary traveler who wasn't into, putting on makeup or wearing tight clothes or anything like that. So yeah, I think that like making her look like that or having her appear like that is part of the character work for that film. And she is great in the film as well. Like she's just a wonderful actress as well. Psycho challenged his audience, whereas Star Wars turned the audience into morons. The thing that I meant with Psycho is that it was one of the first films where they demanded that people were not allowed to walk in halfway through, and that you actually had to like start the movie at the start of the film. You had to watch it all the way through. Before that, it was fairly common practice that people would just like buy a ticket to a theater and walk in whenever, and they would watch like the last half of a film, and they would talk. Yeah, they would watch like the last half of the film and then stick around for when the last or when the first part would play again, and then just peace out. It's one of the reasons why film trailers, I believe, used to be at the end of films, which is why they called trailers. They trail the movie. But once Hitchcock kind of demanded that Psycho be shown from the beginning and that people would not be allowed in until the next screening, uh, the trailers then started to move to the front of the films. I also have to remember back in those days, just speaking about trailers, like end credits almost didn't exist. Like they were very, very short for the most part. But yeah. Hold up. Star Wars is brilliant. Have you watched Star Wars: The Clone Wars series? Yeah, for sure. Star Wars is sick. We don't talk about the new trilogy. I think Last Jedi is a good movie. Maybe today's the day where I have that debate and put it on the internet so that all of the anti Last Jedi people can find me. But yeah, yeah, I enjoy the Last Jedi, and I do think that the Force Awakens is okay, but obviously Rise of Skywalker is an absolute garbage fire inside a dumpster fire, inside a nuclear waste reactor, just complete trash. That sounds like such a weird way to watch movies. Yeah, I don't really understand it either, but it kind of uh I think it kind of goes back to how cinema started. In the very beginning, starting in the late 1800s, uh, the it was a lot of like shorter films, right? Like 20 seconds, 30 seconds, getting up into like the minutes long mark, and a lot of stuff for the first. Uh, I'm just laughing at that Uncle Ben dies comment. The first longer feature length films didn't start showing up until like 1905, 1906, I think. And then beyond that, you get uh still films that are like in and around an hour long range, but they're being packaged with a lot of other different films as well. So I think it would have been pretty natural for someone to like buy a ticket for a film, walk in, see a couple of things, and then like walk out, or see the main thing and like not stick around for the other things that were being shown. And so I think that kind of that cultural thing probably just stuck around. But I agree, yeah, it's definitely a weird way to watch movies. Oh man, Uncle Ben dies in Spider-Man: No Way Home. Boo. But yeah, there'll be no Spider-Man: No Way Home spoilers from me. Although Brent, I have to say, we're now like almost 2 months from that movie being out. We're getting to the point where you can't expect people to like not talk about a movie that's been out for 2 months. So get your ass on to seeing that, please and thank you. Wait, so No Way Home actually did a trailer? Yes. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, No Way Home, and this is not a spoiler, Brent. Don't worry. No Way Home actually has like uh, the trailer that came out for Doctor Strange, but that's where it was shown first. So instead of having like a particular like an after credit sequence or whatever, they just showed the trailer for the new Doctor Strange film. So in that way, yeah, it is actually the traditional way of viewing a trailer. Not traditional, but like the first way. Star Wars should be consigned to the past. I mean, we're not still watching Godfather movies. Some people are. There's a new 4K restoration of Godfather coming out this year. I might go see it in theaters. I don't want to go to theaters yet. F me, right? Yeah, F you, dude. F in the chat for Brent for not going to the theaters. But I also completely understand that as well. I'm trying to figure out like the best way to like do streaming and still go to the movies. And I think it's largely going to come down to just like streaming in the evening and only going to movies in the afternoon. So then I have like the most amount of chance of like not being around other people. And it also works because it means that I can talk about movies in the evening as well. But that will have to change. Like Wednesdays, got to watch wrestling at 8 o'clock at night. Oh, we're getting close. We're getting very close to the end of this game. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yay, 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 yay. I'm just going to finish reading this David comment. It's just sickening commercialization of the cinema that prevents new ideas being accepted. But you can still have, and I'm just going to devil's advocate this like a little bit. You can still have new ideas presented within those heavily commercialized films. It's just very rare, right? Just very rare indeed. So, and like The Last Jedi, I think actually is a good example of this. Like, as much as people don't like it, or some people don't like it, it does do some interesting things with Star Wars as a whole. It kind of moves away from the good versus bad dichotomy that Star Wars is kind of famous for. And I think it does a lot of interesting things in terms of like how you treat legacy. So like I don't mind it when that kind of thing happens. But then you have something like Rise of Skywalker, which is basically trash, garbage, trash, nonsense, bad things. And yeah, it's kind of like the best worst example of what you are talking about, David. I think that Endgame doing a whole spoiler embargo was like a cultural moment in time. That would have been nice. I regret streaming Nightmare Alley, even though I watched it at night in pitch black. Yeah, Nightmare Alley is definitely a film you see in the theaters, no doubt. Uh, watch the Clone Wars and they dismantle all of that. Yeah, Clone Wars is great. The Clone Wars cartoon is real good. Not the Clone Wars like animated film. Like you do have to watch that, but it's like not very good. But I think George Lucas directed it, and then that was I think one of the last things he directed. And they were just like, no, 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 no. Sorry, George, you're not allowed to do this anymore. The Last Jedi is the best film of the franchise by far. It's actually intelligent. I wouldn't say by far. I think the original Star Wars film is still superior in my mind. Um, I don't know if I would. Do I prefer it over Empire Strikes Back? Probably, probably. I would put it as probably like my second or third favorite one because I also really like Rogue One as well. But I just like really big, well done action sequences, and that's like the last 45 minutes of Rogue One in its entirety. I completely didn't think of going during the Super Bowl. Totally dropped the ball on that one. Yep, would have been a good time to see it. But you can also like I don't know, take a day off of work. Even like No Way Home is still being shown. Like you might be able to pick up like a 5 p.m. screening of it, which I think would still have a fairly minimum amount of people in it. The last, oh yeah, I've already read that. I like the prequels. The Clone Wars actually made the prequels good. I think that the the Clone Wars cartoon rehabilitated the lore of the prequels, but like nothing can make Attack of the Clones a good movie. You know, it can make what happened from a story perspective in in that film okay, but it cannot save like it cannot change the level of filmmaking. It cannot change the performances. It cannot change the script. So I think the Clone Wars, all it really did was rehabilitate what happened in the prequels. It didn't rehabilitate the prequels themselves. I put this in for a highlight, just like a bunch of me talking about Star Wars and seeing if certain people on the internet try to cancel me for it. Be sweet. Then I can finally get in a fight with all the right wing reactionaries on here that I've been spoiling for, which I actually don't want. I really don't want that. All right, the game is over. Liverpool has won. Also, hello, Forgotten. I didn't say hello to you, but I see you there. And I'm actually super happy that you're here because one of the things we're probably going to do after I take a quick bathroom break is watch that movie we were talking about yesterday. So get ready for that. But as I said, I will be retiring to the bathroom for a brief moment. So I'll just come over here to the hello, get rid of whatever that internet thing is. Who made that? Wasn't me. And then I'll just throw the BRB up and I'll be back un momento. And I'm back. Get that BRB out of here. If you guys will just indulge me for a moment, I'm just gonna update the title of this since Liverpool won. So we don't need to have that in the title anymore. Live movie chats. Chatting about movies. Save. Oh yeah, I also need to change the thumbnail. Got so many of these live thumbnails now. It's almost like I'm a professional streamer. Almost like that. Change thumbnails, live streams to where's the good one that I made today? Yeah, that one. I like this one. If you go out of here and take a look at the thumbnail, it kind of looks like a projector is shooting movies into the back of my head, which is how it should work, but it doesn't, unfortunately. I'll just go back here to the chat, see what you guys were talking about while I was away. I did watch season 7 of the Clone Wars, absolutely. I want them to make more of it, but I guess they're not. They're more concerned with other things right now. So I can angle that a bit. Yeah, all right. I dislike the sequel trilogy simply because I didn't think it added anything to the story. It was concluded with ROTJ, and we didn't need any more. Now it's like, oh, here's a new enemy. Yeah, it's there's a lot of like dumb bad things that happened in the sequel trilogy, and it's just it's not something that we should look back on fondly, with the exception primarily of the Last Jedi and some aspects of the first film. I think we can basically just jettison Return of, or whatever, the last one, episode 9. Just jettison that shit into the sun. The Disney buyout both saved and hurt Star Wars. It revived interest, but demolished old canon when they couldn't acquire it. The old canon was years worth of movies. Was it that they couldn't acquire it? Because a lot of that stuff is still being made, right? So who if not Disney owns like the legacy Star Wars novels at this point? The story of the Kelly Gang, yes, forgotten. We can check that out. I still think Clone Wars was one of the best things that ever happened to Star Wars. Yeah, no, it's legit good. Like, it's very, very good, especially when you get into like season 3, 4, 5. Like, there's some fantastic multi-part arcs in that series. That's just like some of the best Star Wars that's ever Star Wars. And yeah, it's super good. Gotta watch them. I did my PhD on authenticity, that the 60s revolution gave rise to an authenticity in the maturity of movies of the early 70s, and Star Wars ended that apart from independent cinema. So yeah, I guess what you're kind of talking about is the I don't know if maybe the French New Wave would be included in that, but you're kind of talking about the global kind of pushback against the formative ways of making films that was quite popular throughout the 50s, and I guess was an extension of the classic Hollywood formula from the 1940s. And then in the 60s, we started getting the pushback against that. In certain cases, that was new wave type stuff that happened in France and Japan, but also the new American cinema, which started in the 60s. Five Easy Pieces as an example of that. I think there was also a British movement of some note from the 60s that kind of got into that. I think maybe Lindsay Anderson's first film was a part of that before he did If, the movie about the boxer. I can't remember the name, but something similar to that. So yeah, and then I think this idea that Star Wars kind of ended that. Yeah, yeah, and it did specifically like harken back to sort of like westerns and war films and samurai films from like the 50s and 60s, or sorry, the 50s especially. So you do get that kind of going back and sort of mining the past, right? Which could come off in a way as inauthentic, although I feel like that's probably not what you were specifically referring to. I'd rather they. Oh, This Sporting Life by Lindsay Anderson. Yes, that's the one. I'd rather they not do more. I think Clone Wars is like the second best animated Western show ever. Third best being Avatar. I would love for them to do another Star Wars animated series in the quality of, like, at the same level as the Clone Wars, but just set it at a different spot in in the Star Wars universe. That to me would be good. I would like that very much. Uh, they acquired it, just discarded it. They bought Lucasfilm, which is also why they have Indiana Jones, so they got it all. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. And like they discarded it, yes, but it still exists. Like it's considered like legends or whatever. So those books are still being published. It's not like they very easily could have just thrown it all out and said like, no, 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 uh, our thing is the best thing, which they obviously did not do, thankfully. I also just realized that the stream I'm monitoring right now is like so far behind where we actually are in this stream. That's wild. I meant discarded as it's not canon anymore. Yes, yes, exactly. Batman and Bantam and Dark Horse, I think is what we were talking about with the Star Wars novels. I thought they owned the rights to those stories, but not the intellectual property. Ooh, I don't know about that. You and Brent can argue about that in the chat. They have Bad Batch, but the writing is noticeably weaker, but enjoying at least season one. Ah, that's true. That's true. That's true. I do need to check that out. I was so starved for like good Star Wars animation that I was watching like the Resistance cartoon, even though it's made for like 6 year olds. And I guess I watched the first season, so it's like whatever. And then there was the other one. I did like Star Wars Rebels because it did like continue the story of Ahsoka. There's a lot of cool stuff in there that will come up in random live action projects in the future, I'm sure. But yeah, it would be nice if we just got something at the Clone Wars level. Bayern Munich got a draw and an away goal. I mentioned it because they are the one of Liverpool's rivals for the Champions League. Looks like they are going to get through now as they are at home next. Yeah, with that away goal, that certainly gives them the advantage. Who are they playing, though? I don't know if I ever actually was able to answer that question for myself. Bayern Munich. Oh, they're playing Salzburg. It's another German team, but I imagine that they're fairly well ahead of Salzburg. Wait, is this accurate? No, Salzburg are not a German team then. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. They're not in the Bundesliga. Never mind. Where are you from, Salzburg? Tell me more about yourself. This is definitely not something that no, they're playing Wolfsburg. Are they not a German team? Austrian Cup. Are they an Austrian team then? Maybe they're Austrian. I guess it doesn't matter considering this is a film stream where we talk about movies and the whatnot. Let me just get that back going to the top, tippity top. Look at that! Look at that beautiful wall of text that you all created. Fantastic. I think they call them legends, Brent. I think they call them legends. Uh, yeah, I don't want to argue about Star Wars. Dave Filoni manipulated his audience to hate Ahsoka only to give us character development and unknowingly tricked us into making Ahsoka a fan favorite. It worked flawlessly. Props to Dave Filoni, although I am starting to like push back from this idea that Filoni, and you'll see this in like a lot of Star Wars online discussion, where like Kathleen Kennedy, the president of Lucasfilm, is considered to be like a dumb idiot who doesn't know what she's doing, and then Dave Filoni is like the savior of Star Wars, and he's the only person who can do like good Star Wars. Jon Favreau is also spoken about in this way. But then if you watch like the Book of Boba Fett, it's not a good series, and it's entirely Filoni and Favreau. So like, what up now, Kathleen Kennedy haters? What up now? And I'm sure they would come back and say, well, Kathleen Kennedy did this and this and this with Book of Boba Fett. And it's like, shut up. Just shut up. Your tribalism is showing. Just shut up. All right. How about. Oh, wait. Don's about to say something. Here's the thing. Here's what thing? I'll set up this silent movie that we're gonna watch. Oh, is that out now? Yeah, the Book of Boba Fett is finished. It's finished its run, and the Obi Wan show will be out in like a couple of weeks. I think it'll be out in March. But yeah, Book of Boba Fett's finished. But yeah, I'm just gonna go find that Kelly Gang thing that we almost watched yesterday, but I was too tired. Healy Gang. That's not how you spell that at all. Where's the one that I want to watch though? Was this the one? The one that was restored? Fragments. No, this isn't the good one. I want the good one. Hey, we got a new subscriber, Shut Eye Cinema. Thanks for joining us, Shut Eye Cinema. You seem like, just based off your name, you seem like a very attractive person. Oh, okay, I did find the right one. Cool, 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 cool. Doing lots of cool things. The Makeup and Hairstylist Guild Awards are on Saturday, but probably not worth a stream. Yeah, I wasn't planning on streaming that. I also kind of want to keep Saturday as like my as like a personal day for me. So yeah, I'm totally open to like basically streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Although Wednesday is contingent on also streaming while I watch wrestling, and then streaming on Sunday. So that's 4 days a week. Would potentially do like could conceivably do Sunday through Thursday and just do it like 5 days in a row. Kind of treat it like it's a job. But I would also need to figure out reasons for doing it. And maybe that's the thing that's like getting in the way, right? Is that I have this need to like eventize every live stream instead of just like coming on here and live streaming and just doing whatever. Um, and then there will be particular live streams that are based on events that will pull in and garner a larger audience. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards now. But I do want to leave Saturday for me. And Friday I'm usually out like watching movies and stuff like that. So I do like the idea of just Saturday being a TJ day. Unless, of course, we're doing the Cinemateq Film Awards on March 26th, the day before the Oscars, because we're doing a whole Oscar weekend, baby. Woo! But yeah, I'll always like keep people up to date on like what the streaming schedule is. Everyone praises Avatar as the best show ever, even though it's my third ranked. Clone Wars ranked number 2. People praise Brian and Michael for creating the masterpiece of Avatar, but it's all smoke and mirrors. It was the head writers of Avatar, Aaron Echatz, and his wife Elizabeth at the time were the reason why the show was as brilliant and as fleshed out as it was. Oh, interesting. When the creators did the sequel series Korra, they failed miserably because they were animators and not writers. Oh. The SAG Awards will get us back on the awards train. Absolutely. So always pay attention to the head writers of masterpieces and not necessarily the creators. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, let's switch it back over to the old internet view. I'll get in position. Move this mic around a little bit. Ah, it's sticking out at the bottom. All right, that's good. That's good. Still hitting up into the into the yellow peaks from a voice. All right. So this is the 1906 film, The Story of the Kelly Gang, as we discussed in the stream yesterday. It is, I believe, the first example ever of a feature film. The very first feature film ever, but we don't have the complete version of it. So what this is, and I'll go through all of these different slides again, but basically they've filled in a lot of blanks for us. They've been able to recreate intertitles based off of programs and things like that. I'll actually just I'll just like let the film explain this, but I will just like be reading this stuff. I do like reading intertitles of silent films. I don't know why. What about the Great Train Robbery? That's a template. Yeah, but the Great Train Robbery is only like what 13 minutes long. Like it's not a feature film. And it's also edited in a distinct way, which is its own interesting thing to talk about. Tom Gunning wrote about it, and if I can ever find that article, maybe I'll discuss it on stream. But it's an interesting way of talking about editing and how editing structures were being formed like early on in early cinema. It was the first feature film, but most is lost. 1906. Yep, exactly. So let's get into this. I'll just start reading this out loud. The 1906 film, The Story of the Kelly Gang, is believed to have been 1 hour in length. Only fragments are known to survive, around 971 feet, which, by the way, if you're watching, oh wait, what was I just about to say? yeah, if you're watching like a movie in theaters, I believe, and it's like on film, I believe 2,000 feet is typically considered to be about 10 minutes of footage. So according to this, there's like 5 minutes of footage. That doesn't seem right. Oh, but they're playing it at 18 frames a second, so that'll make it longer. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They edited in cameras. Griffith led the way in editing. Um, there was rudimentary editing before Griffith. Like there was a lot of I think. I feel like there was. That's something I'd have to double check though. Have you ever watched the Jester short film, the horror short trilogy? I don't know. Anyways, oh, which totals almost 15 minutes of screen time when projected at 18 frames a second. True, true. Let's continue on. I wonder if there's going to be any music in this. Is this playing? Yes, it is. It's just going very slow. Millet was good with editing, yeah, which is why I don't like. I know a lot of his like very rudimentary stuff, like the kind of magic tricks he was doing in like 1898 and 1899. I could see those being done in camera, but I don't think a film like Journey to the Moon would have been edited in camera, and that came out in 1903. This this study version aims at reconstructing the film's narrative based upon the best evidence provided by the original footage and intertitles. Combined with additional titles and other associated materials, postcards, the poster, the original program booklet, a more complete sense of structure of the original production is created. This is it. Also included are two brief animated segments recreated from short film strips reproduced in an article from Lone Hand. The original titles are shown as they are in the film. Reconstructed titles are based on text from the original program booklet, Melbourne 1906, and appear in normal text. Additional narrative titles have been created where no intertitles exist. They appear in italics to clearly distinguish them. All reconstructed and narrative titles are noted by NFSA 2006. An optional curatorial commentary is included. Movie begins. Griffith pioneered cross-cutting, for example, to expand the scope of what editing could do. This was like humor to comment how editing distinguished cinema from photography and other media. I'm always wary about the claims that Griffith pioneered cross-cutting because I don't know how accurate they are or how much that's just an example of like the great man of history style of writing history has sort of found its way into cinema. It could be true, but I'm always kind of wary of it, mostly because I don't want to credit Griffith with anything because of Birth of a Nation. You like the Jester shorts? They were good. TJ, can I bully you to watch the Jester live right now? What? I mean, not right now because we're about to watch Story of the Kelly Gang. We can certainly do that after, or after we're done with this. Yeah. Griffith was inventive. He did some great things and was the first to do some techniques. I also kind of tend to push back on those kind of claims because we have very little film surviving from this time period. So it's hard to know if Griffith was the very first one to do them. So, yeah. And once again, it just could be that I'm like way out of like the film history game, and maybe there are actual like news articles written in the New York Times or something like this from that time period that say like, oh, I saw a Griffith film today, and it was the first time I saw the editing work like this. Um, but yeah, I'm always just hesitant to give Griffith that kind of credit because that may just be an example of the great man of history, which is a problem in a lot of historical whatever. I got here David saying, I understand. I mean, don't credit George Lucas with anything apart from being a good businessman. Yeah. It's 50-50. Some things are true, some aren't. There's records, but some things were copies. Yeah. And also some things were changed, right? Like there's a really good example of one of the films that went into the MoMA collection in like the early 1930s, and everyone I think at that time was like, oh, this film was like one of the first examples of cross-cutting. But it turns out that the version of the film that went into the Museum of Modern Art archive was a re-edited version of the original version, which initially came out in like the 1910s or maybe the 19 aughts. It's one of the more famous ones. It's not the Grain Train Robbery, but I think it's like the Fireman one, Fireman's Rescue, something like that. Maybe we can talk about that after this. But let's actually watch the story of the Kelly Gang because I'm kind of interested to see what this is all about. And I'll pause the film moment like occasionally, but I'll mostly just be talking over it. There have been lost film. Oh, the film opens at the Kelly homestead where Ned's mother is at home. There have been lost films, but we have the Lonedale Operator, which is evidence of cross cutting. Was it the Lonedale Operator? Okay. I don't know if I should be responding to this to the chat or talking about the movie. Kate Kelly, Ned's sister, overhears Trooper discussing the warrant for her brother Dan's arrest. Kate arrives home with the news that troopers are planning to arrest Dan. So this is all stuff that we are meant to be imagining in our minds because it's not actually because it doesn't actually survive. Shortly afterwards, Constable Fitzpatrick arrives at the homestead looking for Dan. Mrs. Kelly tries to deter him, but he treats her roughly, and Kate comes to the rescue. Oh, is there music actually? No, I've got the music turned on, so if there was any, I'd be able to hear it. Footage! Man, 1906. Actually pretty impressed that it looks as good as it does. Early voiceover. Hey now. If anyone wants me to do voiceover for intertitles for any kind of film, you let me know. This is the London After Midnight recreation, but with footage. It's like the Kelly gang beating up a soldier, running away. Kate holds Fitzpatrick a day with a loaded gun. At bay with a loaded gun while the gang escapes. Little Kate. You can always count on people named Kate. Like from Lost. That's a great shot, actually. Goes to show you that they were still kind of stuck in the stage sort of tableau of very early cinema. That they wouldn't even think to like move the camera closer or reposition it. Oh, and just as I say that, they do exactly that thing. Cutting in. In the Wombat Ranges, the gang discuss what they will do next. Just some chatting. Just some guys in a gang doing some chatting. At the police camp in the Wombat Ranges, Constables Kennedy and Scallon have already left in search of a new campsite. Ooh, cops are out. Bade editing there? Bade or bad? Or Blade? Constables McIntyre and Lonergan remain behind and shoot parrots for amusement. Cops, man. Their shots alert the Kelly gang, who come to see what all of the noise is about. Imagine the cops getting found out because like they couldn't just not try to kill a defenseless bird. Bad cop, no donut. And I think actually, David, just to your point about the Lonedale Operator being examples of cross-cutting, I think that was another one of those films that was referenced by Tom Gunning in his article about early forms of editing, and it's not specifically cross-cutting. I think the police are quickly surrounded by the gang. Up with your hands, or we fire! Dun dun dun. Lonergan is shot, and the gang take McIntyre prisoner. Oh, good. So the guy who was abusing animals got killed. Mind McIntyre. If you run, I'll drive a bullet through you. Dun dun dun. A lot of death. See, this isn't actually the what survived. This is just the edited version because they couldn't handle all of this death way back then. Even though film censors didn't really exist until like the 1930s. Hays Code, baby. Woo. That's not true. There were censors in film before this. That guy's moving quite a bit. He probably should have been shot. The gang enjoy afternoon tea when Steve Hart rushes back and the news that Kennedy and Scallon are returning. Ned Kelly tells McIntyre that Lonergan was shot in self-defense. You don't need to lie. You don't need to lie about it, Ned. Have a bit of a backbone. Also, I just love the idea of the gang like holding someone hostage and just having afternoon tea. Well, so much for that plan. Just a lot more death happening. Why is he shooting the ground? The gang are declared outlaws after shooting Constable Fitzpatrick. The government offers a reward of $8,000 for their capture. I'm not sure what kind of, not sure what that would have been like. For those of us joining in, we are watching the story of the Kelly gang. Oh, this is a still frame from that. I guess this is how they find out that they're worth $8,000 in reward money. So this is one of the very first feature-length films, but we only have fragments of it, so we're just checking out all the different fragments. And if you're new here, please get in the chat and let me know what's up, how you doing. And now they're gonna stick up Young Husband's station. I don't know if they would have been props or not. I like it might have been real guns firing blanks. I would like to think they were smart enough to not have real guns. The framing in the Great Train Robbery is far superior. It also came a bit later, didn't it? Wasn't Great Train Robbery like 1910? Or was it earlier? I can't remember the exact date it came out. $1903. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, not everybody's got the same level of skill, you know? Ooh. Stick 'em up. You're coming with us. One of the things that is kind of erased because of how this is being done. Hold on. The only men are robbed of their valuables by Ned Kelly. Only the men. Um, we do not rob ladies or children. Aw, look at these outlaws being good outlaws. But as I was saying, the one thing that's kind of robbed from this is that we don't really know how often the intertitles are jumping in relation to the rest of the footage. That's something I kind of find interesting about films from the early 1900s is like the degree to which intertitles aren't really used that much, and it's only when narrative film becomes more of a focus in the 1910s and 20s that we start to see intertitles used more and more and more. And so, like early on, there really was a focus in making sure that you could tell a story visually as opposed to having to explain it, which is what I kind of like about some of these like really old films. Arrival of Sandy Gloucester, the hawker with his van. Van? Guys driving up with a Dodge Caravan? Probably not. Henry Ford just gave me this brand new van. Just kidding, it's a carriage. Sandy Gloucester, hawker on sale, drapery, clothes, boots shining, copper. I think it also says copper. I'm also just finding it so strange that there's like no music underneath this, but I guess they didn't know exactly what music went along with it. Maybe that didn't survive. Weren't cars electric back then? Maybe it's a Tesla. Yeah, it's an electric horse. It's not a real horse. It's an animatronic horse. It's pulling that buggy. Sandy Gloucester is compelled to bail up, very much against his will, but finally does so. I also wonder, David, going back to your point about The Great Train Robbery being like better shot, quote unquote. If part of that has to do with the length of this film, right? Like the fact that they were making a 60-minute film for maybe the first time ever, they may have decided to be more economical or less inventive with the type of shooting because they may not have been familiar with like coordinating or planning a film that long. So they just tried to keep things as simple as possible. You know, eliminate complications like multiple setups or like going wild with it. I'm trying to be like very charitable, probably unnecessarily, but something to think about. Have you seen Les Vampires trilogy claimed to pioneer thriller and avant-garde techniques? I have not seen Les Vampires, but I constantly see the poster for Les Vampires and I want to put it in my bathroom. Haha, some new togs, boys, at last. A box of cigars, good enough. What the hell is a tog? I think this was pre Model T, as yeah, you have to look that up. It's all good, and I imagine like the story that they're showing with the Kelly Gang actually like is far before 1906. Like this is something from the past. Although maybe the Kelly Gang was around at this time period. I don't really know for sure. Excuse me. If I put, I think I might put out this whole reaction as its own video, and I'll just like include music underneath, like just free YouTube music, like the most typical free YouTube music that's like has any kind of Western tilt to it. That'll get everyone being real happy. Les Vampires was good. Sick. Yeah, I do want to see it. I think there was a restoration done at some point, and it was made available on DVD or Blu-ray as like a completely restored set, which I think I always saw when I went to Sunrise Records in downtown Toronto, and I was always like, "Is today the day? Get behind the house, Dan and Steve. Here comes a trap with four men in it." But the Les Vampiri day never came. It never came. And that was the sole reason why all of the Sunrise record stores went out of business because I didn't buy Les Vampires all those years ago. And like, yeah, also just going back to like talking about the economics of shooting this, like this camera has not moved in a solid 5 minutes. We're really just like moving it a little bit, like panning it a bit to the right. Yeah, like there's just simple pans going on here. The four sportsmen are immediately made prisoners with the others. Uh-oh. Aimed Ahead official has free to use music. Cool. I like using the YouTube ones because like it's fairly searchable, but yeah, there's probably a lot of other places to get it. That's a nice piece of direction with the horse-drawn carriage arriving from the distance. Oh, Les Vampires on YouTube, you say? Excellent. And that would be in the public domain. But is it? Sorry, did you say it was a trilogy of films? Because I always thought it was like a series, like it was a serial. Which I'm not opposed to watching it, but I prefer to watch movies. Theater before film. All 7 hours of Les Vampire? Maybe Les Vampire. Hey, everyone's having a good time and drinking this beer. It is a cereal, okay. But if you want to watch it in the context of a film or like a series of film that was very influential in terms of like gothic lighting techniques and things like that, Mr. Macaulay, the station manager, is compelled to dismount at gunpoint. Yeah, I'd be compelled to do that too. Man, they just did not move this camera. Change the setup. Make it modern. Disguised in the borrowed clothes, Ned Kelly and the gang depart to stick up a bank at Euroa. We're going to get a different camera setup now? Nope. Joe Bryan remains on guard at young husband's station. Andrew Younghusband is the host of Canada's Worst Driver. Arriving at the bank, the gang discover it's closing for the day. Feigning to be a customer, Ned Kelly prevails on the staff to open the door as he wants to deposit some money. So this would be a new camera position. We just have to imagine it in our minds. Inside, the gang hold up the bank, but the manager refuses to hand over the keys to the vault. Threatened with death, the bank manager complies. Woof. This gang's getting serious. Oh, what is this? That looks like multiple camera exposures, like from a stills camera. The gang sees a large quantity of gold and notes. Their prisoners are forced into the hawker's van and taken back to young husbands. I think I know how the gang is going to be defeated at the end of this. Eventually, all the people they're taking hostage are just going to be like, there's way more of us. And here we get images from inside the bank being robbed. It seems like most of the footage that was saved was actually from outside of that like gang headquarters thing. Or young husbands, I guess. Ned gives Steve Hart a bag of money and he rides off with it. Kate is chased by troopers as she sets off to spread the news that police reinforcements are on the way. The cops are coming. The cops are coming. That's awesome. Just looking at like the glow coming off the horse. It's like some kind of ethereal avenger. The reinforcements include trackers from Queensland to hunt down the gang hiding in the Strathbogie Ranges. Is this an Australian film? Because it is like Australia's national film archive doing it. Um, are you going to review Caruso's new film called Shut In? I was considering it, but I don't want to subscribe to the Daily Wire in order to view it. I did see the Quartering do some propaganda for it. Miss Skilkin, Kate's sister, leads the police on a wild goose chase to put them off the trail. She's carrying a package of supplies for the gang. But yeah, I saw the Quartering do some propaganda for Shut In, basically going to the Rotten Tomatoes site and being like, "Look, it's got 100%." Meanwhile, not at all acknowledging that it only has like 5 people who've reviewed it, and none of the people who've put in fan reviews are verified. So it's kind of like, yeah, I can tell what you're doing, bro. You're just being a propagandist. It's fine though. Meanwhile, Mrs. Bryan overhears Aaron Sherritt betraying the gang to the police. She informs Kate and Mrs. Skrellin, who decide they must warn Ned. By the way, if you've never heard of the Quartering before, like, don't bother with his channel. He's just a right-wing reactionary who is just mad that people make his precious 80s cartoon characters gay or whatever when they go to Netflix. Heading out to find their brother and advise him of Sherritt's treachery, the women are chased by a trooper whom they lose when they cross a creek. Those look so cool. I really love that. That sort of like animated, really grainy image. That's awesome. She looks pretty happy. Looks like she's having a good time. Yeah, you can't stand him, Brent. Yeah, he's the Quartering. He's not great. Having received the message about Sherritt, Joe and Dan capture Farmer Wicks. They trick Sherritt by forcing Wicks to call out that he is lost. Ooh, treachery. More treachery. Pew 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 pew. I'll do the sound effects. I'll do the sound effects now. Pew pew pew. This is like Peckapaw. Yeah. Inside the hut, Sherritt is talking with the police who rush into the bedroom when they hear Wicks's voice. David, do you want to expand on that a little bit? Like how you think this is similar to Peckapaw? Sherritt goes to the door when Joe Bryan, his old schoolfellow, steps into the doorway and shoots him dead. He's dead. A lot of pronoun stuff happening there. Death to all traitors. I'm guessing Sherritt is the one that got killed, though. Man, look at the amount of headroom these guys get. This might just be from like a photo of an image that survives, or maybe there was just one frame that survived that they're putting in here. A lot of headroom, though. Modern cinema, you could just tell they would cut that off like just above the door. But also they were shooting in full frame, so maybe they couldn't cut it off. At the sound of the shots, 2 of the police hide under the bed. In a further act of cowardice, Mrs. Sherritt is used as a hostage by the others. Oof. The stills on movement looked like some of Peckinpah's slow motion stuff with horses and water. Gotcha. The gang raid the police station at Geraldi. They lock up Constables Devine and Richards. There are so many characters in this film. The gang put on police uniforms. They force one of the policemen to introduce them to residents as they parade up and down the street. Dan Kelly climbs on a telegraph pole to cut the wires, preventing all communication. Oh, that's dangerous. Don't touch those lines. I mean, it's probably telegraph lines that aren't going to kill you, but it still could kill you. Dude's just fully taking a hatchet? Good lord. We don't get close enough to recognize the characters. That's fair. The Kelly gang carry out their plan to derail the train, bringing the police reinforcements. They capture the plate layers, whom they force at gunpoint to tear up the rails. That could also be a function, though, of just what footage we actually have left. Like early on in the film, we did see how they did they moved in closer and we got like fairly close up. So there could have been other shots like that in the film that just don't exist anymore. Once the rails are torn up, the gang take the plate layers to the nearby Glenrowan Hotel. News of the impending disaster spreads amongst the patrons. You know, I was kind of cheering for the gang up until now, but seems like a shitty thing to do. Just derail a train. Some more shooting. Some more pew-pewing, as it were. Inside the hotel, Kurnow, the schoolmaster, tries to win over the gang by revealing that the station master, Mr. Stanistreet, has a gun. The station master puts up a fight, but the gang take the gun from him. Whew, filling up that inventory. Yeah, I can see why he would give up his gun, considering the odds at play here. We all like to think we're the tough guy, but then there's a whole gang of like 7 people with guns on us. Maybe not. During the argument, Kurnow gets away. He heads to the railway in the dark of night. Proceeding along the track, he risks his life to successfully stop the train. Ned and the gang are unaware that the train is saved and they continue to revel. Ned, standing up on Beryl, gives a toast and is surprised when the shots are fired into the hotel. There must be a lot of remaining footage on the back end of this because I feel like we're nowhere close to like 15 minutes of actual footage seen. The gang spring into action, and in the ensuing battle, the son of Mr. Jones, the hotel's owner, is killed by a stray bullet. Aw. This must have been quite a job to reconstruct into something resembling coherent footage. Yeah. I mean, they mentioned in the beginning, but there's a lot of research that went into this. Ooh. Ooh, look at that damage. Ugh. You can't repair that. Although I know it's terrible to say, but I do kind of love how it looks. There is a documentary, an orphan film documentary that was made using only footage that has been degraded to this extent, and it's like sort of like depressingly beautiful because you understand the images you're seeing are lost to time, but it also has created like this new different kind of beautiful thing. Yeah, it's I can't remember the name of it though. Death of Joe. Hey, an original intertitle. God dang. Gosh dang. There'll be no fucking profanity on this channel. The police surround the building and shoot into it. The gang return fire from the hotel's veranda. There was some controversy with this film due to romanticism of Ned Kelly when people who loved it, who lived during it, were still alive. Oh, wild. Look at these cops. Look at these soldiers getting in there. But Ned Kelly is just an Australian folk hero, so the story is mixed. Interesting. Assessing the situation, the police decide to drive out the gang by setting fire to the hotel. Man, these police don't fuck around. This is the kind of shit that they were doing to black people in the United States during the civil rights movement. Like that Instagram photographer who takes pictures of overgrown and degraded things. Maybe? Kind of, I guess. Similar to the film I was talking about that uses degraded footage. Language. I'll use whatever language I want. Thank you very much. It was a different time. I mean, yeah, it was a different time for sure. Father Gibney implores the police to stop as there are women and children inside. The police attempt to prevent him from entering the building. Cops having to be told not to kill women and children. Not much has changed. They're just like straight up firing past this guy. Yes, I'll look up the name. Cool. The brave priest to the rescue. I kind of find it interesting when films like this they have like two like figures of authority, in this case the police and the priest, and the police are shown as being like either cowardly or overreacting, but then in the case of the priest, he's shown as being like the brave one. Kind of lets you know like what the Steve and Dan shoot each other. It kind of lets you know like what the or gives you an idea of what perhaps the intended goals of this depiction were for that time period. Wouldn't be surprised if you were to go back to like newspapers in Australia in 1906 and or 1905, 1906, and you see some stuff about how the police are not well regarded. Rescue by Father Gibney of the wounded plate slayer. Plates layer, not plate slayer. Slayer. Also, I think just to take a note on the red in this, I don't believe this is tinted footage. I imagine it was. I imagine that this particular reel of film was from a piece of color stock, and uh, red is the most stable of the colors that is in like a tricolor tricolor, technicolor, three color process strip of film, which is why redshift is such a prominent thing with older color films. So I don't think that that was tinted footage. I think it was likely footage that was saved from a piece of color stock. During the night, Ned Kelly makes his escape, heavily weighted. Ned Kelly's last stand and capture. Oh my goodness. Will he defeat the cowardly police? Let's find out. You can't just say Slayer, you have to scream it. What is Ned Kelly wearing right now? Ned is seen approaching from the bush. The troopers fire shot after shot at the tall, silent figure. The bullets have no effect except to stagger him. This is actually kind of similar to what happens in one part of Tombstone when Kurt Russell's character like crosses the river and shoots people. It's like bullets never touch him, and he just like kills a whole bunch of people. It's like a mythology type moment. Mythology of Wyatt Earp. Kind of love that he's wearing a bucket on his head. Kelly cannot take straight aim, his left hand being wounded. However, the police find his vulnerable spot, firing into his legs, finally bringing him down. Kelly keeps on shooting, fighting hard for his life. Rain and blood, baby. Uh-oh, we got another Slayer fan in here. I think that puts us in the majority. Oh, they found my only weakness. My legs. My only regret is that I had bonitis. Sometimes you just have to reference Futurama, and I don't know why. Oh, they're taking him alive? I would not have expected that. Now I've just got like the last 2 minutes of raining blood stuck in my head. Rain and blood. I listened to Die by the Sword earlier. Sick song. That whole first album, super good. Show No Mercy, big fan. He begs the troopers to spare his life. I don't know, Ned. You killed a lot of people. So the police are cowardly and they have no problem killing children, but they're ultimately victorious. I wonder if there's going to be like a post-credit sequel where like the police get bribed or something like that. Really just nail home the whole like corruption angle on them. Thus falls the last of the Kelly gang, and with the fall of Ned Kelly, the last of the Bush Rangers. And that's it. That is the entire story of the Kelly gang. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. I will be hard pressed to remember like the exact plot details of that film though. I'm not going to lie. That was a lot of information. That was a lot of characters. You know that I'm going to add this though to my Letterboxd account. The story of the Kelly Gang. I wonder if it's here. Story of the Kelly Gang. Yes. Getting added. Review or log. Specify date. Today. Add a review. Let's see. I still have to see the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, but because it's a Deakins shot film, I definitely need to watch it. Don, what did you miss? We just found out that there are a bunch of people who love Slayer in this chat. And we finished watching the story of the Kelly Gang, and I'm just about to add a review, a short, witty review, the thing that I am known best for. What would be a good one? I wish I could have seen the. Oh yeah, wait. I just try to think of something like Mr. DeMille is. It's time for my close up because there are no close ups in that film. Can I get a close up, please? Not funny, not trying to be, but it'll remind me of this conversation that we all had together as we were watching that. I can't find the Instagram account. I'll look for the YouTube video about it and post it in the comment later. Thank you for that. Also makes me think if I can find like the short film. What was it called? Degraded film footage. Someone do your SEO properly. 4K film damage, old film, video noise overlay. That's not what I'm looking for. No. Degraded short film. Another found footage film by the Drake Danglish Things. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Oh, it's another horror film series. Gotcha. Found footage. Would that be it? Orphan? Orphan film, short film? I'm also just taking a guess that it would even be on here. It might not. It might not be. No, orphan film doesn't get you the other stuff. What? What were you guys talking about that we should check out after this? That something or other, not Les Vampires, but something else. Oh, The Jester. Okay, so like, can I watch The Jester? I don't know about this. It's definitely not. It's definitely not public domain, so I don't know if this would be cool or not. I remember reading Tom Gunning when I taught a course on early cinema. It's interesting stuff. Like anything, there may have been pioneering films we'll never know or haven't seen the light of day yet. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that I liked most about Gunning's work, maybe I can find it. Tom Gunning editing? He talked about, I think he called it like primitive editing. Or like he was pushing primitive cinema a frame up. That might be it. Can't believe I just got access to JSTOR without having to do anything. But I think in this one, log in through your school or library. If it's on YouTube, it's not public domain. No. Just because it's on YouTube doesn't mean it's public domain. Public domain means that there are like no, there's no rights holders basically. There's no one who owns the rights to it. However, with YouTube, you can own the rights for something and upload it and still maintain your rights. So for this Jester stuff, for example, like this guy made this movie, uploaded this movie, still has the rights to it. That does not necessarily mean that I have the right to retransmission, which would be reacting to it live on this. Whereas, as we just did before with the story of the Kelly Gang, it's a film in the public domain, so no one can say to me like, "I own the rights to this film, and you are not allowed to do that." Whereas with Jester, as it's a newer film, it looks like that probably is the case. It is a short film. It is on YouTube. I mean, the fact that it's on YouTube doesn't matter, but like, it is a short film, and like, people do like reaction stuff uh, to stuff on YouTube all the time, but that tends to be more video essays and not necessarily full things like this. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this in particular. What do we know? What we do know is from Millet and Lumiere brothers, cinema developed into reality and fantasy. The reality side moved towards narrative, and the fantasy side was fascinated with the image itself. Editing formed a crucial part in cinema's development overall in terms of evolving the form. I think of it in a slightly different way than that. Yes, the reality did move in the way of narrative, but the fantasy or the formalist side of things was also had narrative aspects to it, right? Like if you look at the difference between Lumiere and Méliès, Méliès did get into narrative cinema with like A Trip to the Moon and things like this. So I tend to think of the split more of in the terms I think of what Bazin was talking about in the idea of like realism versus formalism, and that realism tended to uh, like longer camera shots, allowing the eye of the viewer to move around, things like that. Whereas formalism is more about like showing the audience exactly what you want them to see and getting more into the construction of very particular images and things like this. So not completely different takes, just different ways of thinking about the same thing. You can message people you want to do reactions for and do it later. Yeah, true. And I guess in this case, it would be emailing these guys. Make do entertainment. Email address. I'm not a robot, I promise. Oh, that's definitely just someone's. That's definitely just someone's personal email. Back to home. I'll just do this in a separate tab. Go back over. I'll let you all just read the first page of Tom Gunning's Primitive Cinema while I do this. Compose. Live reacting to short films. I run a YouTube channel where I live react to films in the public domain. Would you be okay with me reacting to the short films on your channel? Particularly interested in The Jester. Thanks, TJ, because that's my name. Let's just quickly get the Cinemateq. Oh. Hey, look at that. Deepwater got 7.1%. Average view duration of 2 minutes. That ain't bad for a 2.5 minute video. Oh my god, that's us. We're live doing movie chats. We'll see how that goes. I can't imagine it'll go well. Let's go back to this. Or maybe I'll just go back to the hello one while we figure out what to do next. The only thing that would change the narrative of realism formalism is to discover more films. I think Napoleon is worth a look. Haven't seen it, but throws everything into the mix in terms of technique. Is that Abel Gantz's Napoleon? I assume so. There are a lot of short films it would be worth checking out into Crypt TV, Dust. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, those are ones that I will remember to do because yeah, you're right. Like actually reacting to short films would be a pretty cool thing to do on live stream. Have like entire days where we're just like watching new short films and talking about them. I think that'd be pretty rad. Maybe that's how this channel will eventually break down. Just live reacting to short films one day, live reacting to public domain films another day, and we're just watching all the movies that we possibly can. It would be kind of ridiculous, but it would also be kind of fun. Oh man, so is there anyone here in the chat who's new here who hasn't chimed in the chat? Anyone who wants to raise their hand and say hello? Seeing that we've gotten some people coming in here, maybe you're new, maybe you're not. On this channel, we tend to talk about movies all the gosh darn time. That's the excuse that I've got. I love movies. I love doing this stuff, and always looking for something new and cool to watch. But we don't always do that on. We're not always reacting to stuff. We also just we do we do whatever we want. Ridiculous can be great. I agree. Ridiculous is fun, usually. What's a movie? I'm glad you asked. I actually need to, so you guys can't see this, but I have like my microphone propped up on like three different books, and one of them is my film theory and criticism reader from when I was in university. And like so often for instances like this, I just want to crack it out and be like, "Ah, yes, let's go to the article where they talk about what a movie actually is. Let's read some Krakauer out loud and see how that goes. See if I can put anyone to sleep." And I think I just need to maybe switch that book out for another one, and I can realize this dream of reading to you all out of a film theory university textbook that I happen to have. Oh, what a wonderful day that would be. All right. So, what else do we have going on? You know what we're going to do? We're going to do a quick check of the film news. We're going to see if anything pretty wild and interesting happened while we were on stream. Anything that happened today. Let's first take a look at what was really popping off. Marvel and Star Wars are taking opposite approaches to television and neither are working. That's from Slash Film. Let's see here. Doesn't look like there's been a lot of big film news today. Maybe the big stuff yesterday was the Viacom CBS rebrand. Disney to build new residential communities first in Rancho. Excuse me? Disney will be building new master plan communities called Story Living, with the first to be developed in Rancho Mirage in California's Coachella Valley. Other sites are under exploration as more and more fans look for new ways to make Disney a bigger part of their lives. That's some dystopian ass shit. What in the good goddamn is this? At each location, it said Disney cast members trained in the company's guest service will operate the community association. Disney Imagineers will play a key role in developing the creative concept of the communities, working in conjunction with respected developers and home builders. So is this a place where people live? This is a place that people go to live. This is not a vacation place. This is a home? People will live here? The Fierce community is called Cotino in the greater Palm Springs area where Walt and Lillian Disney had a home. It's being developed in collaboration with DMB Development to offer a range of home types, including estates, single-family homes, and condos, including at least one area expressly for 55-plus residents. Residents, not visitors. What? The community is expected to surround an approximately 24-acre grand oasis featuring clear turquoise waters with crystal lagoons technology, enabling crystalline lagoons of any size to be built substantially with low water consumption and using a minimum amount of additives and energy. It will offer voluntary club membership with access to a waterfront clubhouse and beach, as well as Disney programming, entertainment, and activities throughout the year. What? A mixed-use district will feature shopping, dining, and entertainment, a beachfront hotel, and a professionally managed beach park and recreational water activities that can be assessed by the public throughout the purchase of a day pass. So there's going to be people that live there, and then people can also visit there. For nearly 100 years, Disney has shared stories that have touched the hearts and minds of people all around the world. As we prepare to enter our second century, we are developing new and exciting ways to bring the magic of Disney to people wherever they are, expanding storytelling to story living. That is the most fucked up sentence I have read today. Expanding storytelling to story living. Like they're basically talking about commercializing cosplay. We can't wait to welcome residents to these beautiful and unique Disney communities where they can live their lives to the fullest. What? It's not the company's first foray into planned communities. Yeah, I know that it had done something like this before. Yeah. Celebration was the name of the town in Florida near Walt Disney World. It was an experiment in new urbanism, a planning movement that sought to return to early American small town life with walkable cities, diverse housing options, mixed local businesses, and public space. Yeah, and it's a fucking company town, y'all. Disney subsequently divested much of its control of the town. What in the shit is this? That's weird. I I don't think I feel great about that, guys. I do not feel really happy about this at all. Who would do this? Who would live there? It's like, yeah, it's like the Truman Show, but it's voluntary. It's voluntary. You just voluntarily decide to live in this? Oh, and then what about the people who work there that are like dressing up as these characters? Do they also live there? What are they allowed to walk around when they're not in character? What? These are not even the appropriate questions, but they're still questions that I have based on what I'm reading here. What? Brave new mouse? Yeah, no doubt. Unsubscribes real quick. No, Don, stay. Um, some people have mentioned that cinema needs to transform into new art form as content is so prolific, and there is a battle between the reality aspect, doc technique, and fantasy aspect, digital. I would need to read more to comment on that more fully. TJ, which term do you prefer? Movie, film, or motion picture, or something else? It's interchangeable to me. Just call I usually call them movies, but like academically, I refer to it as film studies and film theory, not movie studies and movie theory. So it's kind of just like whatever term I heard when I was learning about this kind of stuff is the one I stick with. But I mostly just call them movies. Going to see a flick, you know. Hank Scorpio, looks like we got some Simpsons fans in the chat. Yeah, no doubt. I will not dress like Prince Charming. I will be Prince Charming. Oh boy. By the way, how is Disney not a monopoly? It would depend on how you define monopoly. So, in terms of like blockbuster cinema specifically, I do believe they form a monopoly. They are responsible for something between 50 to 70% of all blockbuster films that come out in America. But they're not responsible for more than 50% of all films that get released to theaters in America. So I think it's hard to make the distinction of them as a monopoly in that sense. But I do understand what you're saying, and Disney absolutely needs to be broken apart and stopped before it enslaves us all at its Star Wars and Marvel themed communities. What the fuck is going on with this world? There are already towns like that. Any tourist attraction colonial town is subject to the same rules. Not like this, though. Like, this is built by a corporation for the express purpose of furthering its intellectual properties. Like, I understand the comparison you're making, but it is not the same thing. Are they paid to live there? Can you apply? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. This is like obviously just in the planning stages. We're just finding out about it. So we'll find out more about it at some point in the future when they actually start building it and hiring people. But Jesus. You'll stay because I asked? Well, good. Everyone should stay. And everyone should always come back for more live streams. Like tomorrow night at around 8:30 when I'm going to talk about Uncharted. And no, you have to be in character most times, a live-in job. That sucks. That sucks. Like imagine you are in like a Disney fantasy land and you've got like Cinderella and Snow White and stuff like that. And the only times you are not allowed to be Cinderella and Snow White is when you're like at home. And the exact second you have to leave to do anything, like get groceries and shit like that, you're just back in character. And like, what the hell does Snow White getting groceries look like? But I guess we're gonna find out in whatever batshit insane town they're gonna make. Ugh. Ugh. Disney isn't technically a monopoly due to diversification, but they are close in some areas. Yeah, absolutely. I meant current cinema is not dissimilar to time of Story of the Kelly Gang. We are on the cusp of something transformative, but it depends on how emerging technology can further the medium. Ah, I see. I see what you're saying. I'd have to think on a bit if I agree with that. If we are getting close to a transformative moment, because usually in cinema, those transformative moments, in my mind, are either predicated upon the development of a new technology or a shift in viewer uh, or a shift in how movies are viewed. So like obviously you can get into like the onset of sound cinema, the implementation of 3D cinema in the 50 or the 50s in the 50s. How cinema viewing in America changed thanks to Psycho, blockbusters coming out with Jaws in 1975. Um, So yeah, I don't know what the new technology would be that would push us over if that was in fact the case. I'm not saying that it is. I'm kind of just going with this off the top of my head, just trying to think like what that transformative technology could be. It might have already happened with streaming, and we're just and movie theaters just have like a much longer life than say silent cinema did after 1927 when the Jazz Singer came out. Cinderella, why are you alone? Oh, because Prince Charming is screwing Captain Hook at the vegetable aisle in the grocery store. Imagine. I mean, all of that stuff would have to be kept like completely hidden, right? It makes me think that there would have to be something like, and this just even becomes more dystopian in my mind. Like the people who play those characters, they wouldn't have their own homes. They would just live in like a compound. So at least they'd be able to easily interact with other people from their compound, kind of akin to like a dormitory at university or something like that. So maybe that's how they handle it. So then at least like Cinderella and Prince Charming and Captain Hook, like they can all get off work and go have a beer at like the dormitory bar or whatever, but they're still not allowed to leave it unless they're in character. It just seems so weird. And like I really hope that we're reading this wrong and that's not what's actually going to happen because that is just pure dystopian bullshit, man. That's Westworld. It's Westworld, except instead of using animatronic like android robot things, you're using people. That's fucked. That's very fucked. Uh VR. Soon you'll have to live the movie where the games and the movies merge into one. Yeah, kind of like Ready Player One in that way. Avatar 2 may be a game changer. I guess, but is Avatar like do we know anything about the Avatar films in terms of like what new technology they're bringing out? Like what they're going to be messing with, right? Or is it just going to be a continuation of the technology used in the first Avatar? I don't know. Avatar was all hype. I mean, it was impressive to see in IMAX. It was one of the first implementations of 3D that actually made me feel like I was looking at a deep image, but at the same time, you can sort of create that similar kind of depth using the right kind of IMAX camera and lenses. So you know, no one really remembers or cares about it 10 years later. I don't know, man. A lot of people are hyped for it. I think a lot of people are hyped for it. I personally am excited to see what it actually is, but I have no doubt that, well, I don't know. It's James Cameron. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to be like. I have nothing really to say about it. I guess we'll know when we eventually finally do see a trailer for it, whenever that is. But yeah, I do think there is a fair amount of excitement about it. Titanic was better. I think we can all agree that Terminator 2 is better. And Terminator. And Piranha 3D. All better than Avatar. I loved Avatar. We'll definitely watch the sequel. See? Brent's into it. I told you these people exist. Person who just joined, who I don't know who you are. Are you excited for Avatar 2? That's what we're chatting about right now. After we just talked about this bullshit about Disney building their own homes. Ridiculous. Excuse me. Gotta put some lemon in my drink. Soothe this throat. I've been talking too much. Everybody will be talking about it when Avatar 2 comes out. Nobody cared about Star Wars for 20 years until the prequels turned up. Yeah. It's all leaning towards interactivity. But see, that's the thing to me is that cinema doesn't become interactive at that point. Cinema just becomes a video game. So it's just video games. And so I don't really know what technology can come out that keeps cinema as cinema without it becoming something entirely different, right? Does that mean if you're ugly, you can't live there? It probably means if you're ugly, you can't work there, unless you're playing like the Hunchback of Notre Dame or something like that. But yeah, Gaston's gonna be a fucking hunk, no doubt. Dory just joined. What up, Dory? Welcome back. But we lost someone else. Every time I see like the concurrent viewer count go up by one, I'm just gonna be like, you stay here, talk to me about movies. All right, let's see if there's any other film news to chat about other than this like truly dystopic ridiculousness. Time Traveler's Wife. That's not a film, that's a TV show. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles villain spin-off movies coming to Paramount Plus. Did they actually talk about which villains it's going to be? Or is it just sort of like, we're going to do this? I think it's just going to be, ooh, the punk frogs. Yo, let's get those in. I can't find Dory. You didn't even spell it right. Come on. Oh yeah, Baxter Stockman. All right, this is getting really into like obscure villains. uh let's see here. Melbourne International Film Festival bumps up festival prize pool. That's good. New Star Trek film with J.J. Abrams, cast in the works, could shoot this year. Well, if it's coming out in 2023, it better. South Park and Beavis and Butthead will stream exclusively on Paramount Plus in 2025. This is not film related, but I really want to know how much money they just paid for that. The deal between Viacom and Warner Media Max was made in 2019 before the launch of Paramount Plus and was valued at over $500 million. Whew. Whew. It's a lot of cash. That is a lot of cash. Looks like Star Trek 4 is taking a big step forward with Chris Pine and more. Yeah, we knew that. Denis Villeneuve says Dune Part 2 shooting by end of summer, teases more Harkonnen stuff. Yeah, we're going to get Fade, baby. Woo! Recast Sting and digitally DH him, said no one ever. There'll be more, but it's imagining the fourth dimension from the third. But we already get the fourth dimension in film if we consider the fourth dimension to be time. So different people get different experiences. Oh, wait. Hold on. I missed some stuff. It's options. Streams give the options of watching films with others when alone, and VR gives the choice of living the story transcending the controller. I guess maybe that would have to be the distinction then. If I'm going to consider like a VR experience, a cinematic experience, there can be no interaction from the viewer, because at that point it is just a video game. Like that to me is the crossover point. I wonder if you could do something like choose your own adventure approach, like film different versions of scenes, and then before you watch it, you fill out a questionnaire and then it plays and you see different scenes based on what you filled out. So Brent, what you're describing is like a very specific kind of video game that does already exist. There's that one with Elliot Page that came out a while ago. That's a fairly good version of this. Is it Quantic Dreams, the company that does them? But once again, like it's still a video game, right? Yeah, these. Oh, they're doing Star Wars Eclipse. Wait, did I get this wrong? Career games. What games did you do? Yeah, so like Detroit Beyond Human, Beyond Two Souls, Heavy Rain. They're kind of like choose your own adventure type games. Very limited actual ways for you to interact with the environment, although you still can interact with the environment. You can move your player around and select where they go. But I think that's kind of like what you're describing here. The interactive experience can only give you a sensory experience, not a psychological, philosophical, intellectual, spiritual one. I will disagree with that. There are some video games that I've played um, that do touch on psychological experiences, like even at a very base level, like making you cry or making you afraid. It's kind of like yeah, a sensory experience can still do that to you. Philosophical, intellectual, I think you can also make the argument that there are like thinking man or thinking person video games out there. So yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. Quiet Place and Deadpool are getting trilogies. Well, Deadpool's only one away from becoming a trilogy, and so is Quiet Place. Oh no, Dune will turn into Star Wars. It's so depressing. Will Dune turn into Star Wars? So we know that there's a Benny Gesserit TV show in the works, and we know that we're getting Dune Part 2 to finish off the full book. I think Denis Villeneuve has gone on record as saying that he would like to do the second Dune novel as well, because I think he thinks that they're all like the first two books actually have a very their story like comes together fairly well, and I think it also features Paul in book two and some other people from the first book. I don't think we're gonna get Dune as Star Wars though. We might get Dune as Game of Thrones at some point because I think there's a lot of political intrigue that you can have in there that would lend itself well to a prestige television show. But I think that would largely depend on the how well the Benny Gesserit television show does. For standard VR, that's true, but there's more currently existing tech that can allow these things. I think they're being incorporated soon. That's assumption though. Okay. There's this thing called a hug jacket being advertised on YouTube now, allowing the sensation of being touched by people far away, which sounds both amazing and strange. Just use Tinder or your body pillows. Well, for one thing, Don, not all of us do well on Tinder, and for another, maybe I don't want to buy a body pillow. Maybe I definitely want to buy a hugging jacket. I meant for hugging relatives you haven't seen in years. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I think like something like that to me doesn't really serve a practical purpose until it's like a full body suit, because like I imagine people looking at that and being like, oh, a hugging jacket, cool, that's a really cool single use item, right? Whereas with like a full body suit that can mimic like all the different sensations that your entire body can feel, that makes a lot more sense to me, because you see it and you're like, oh, this has many applications. Whereas the hugging suit is like, okay, my relatives can hug me, and like if one of the people in my family is a bully, he'll like punch me and I'll feel the punch, and like that's not great. But that's really the extent of what you can do with a hugging jacket, you know? Was season 8 that bad? Season 8 of what? All jackets matter? I don't even know what that means in this context. Season 8 of what though? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Merge the tech with motion capture stuff. Uh, I guess. Then with VR? I mean, yes. Yeah, when you eventually get like the full like suit for like how it feels on you, for sure. Then incorporating like motion capture so that your movement can be tracked and then including VR on top. That makes a lot of sense to me. Absolutely. The interactive experience is also custom made. It isn't originating from one source like an auteur film, which to me is essential viewing experience. If the film is saying nothing, it's worthless. Well, hmm, hmm. Oh, you're right. Game of Thrones. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, season 8 wasn't great. It didn't do well. It didn't do well. Probably referring to Game of Thrones. Season 8 was extremely terrible. You never watched it. Yeah, you can not. The interactive experience is also custom made. It isn't originating from one source like an auteur film, which to me is essential viewing experience. If the film is saying nothing, it's worthless. I think all films say something, whether or not they mean to. Um, oh, hello, cat. Are you coming up for some love? Yay! Oh no, I was gonna just pick Rocco up and show him to the camera, but his claws just dug into my pants, and he was like, "Nope, you're not picking me up." So I'm not. Uh, yeah. I also like kind of clap back against the auteur theory in general. I think all films are collaborative experiences, and the only reason we can really look back at like Hitchcock and Godard and other like vanguards of auteur theory is that we don't really know much about who they were making films with. But like, it's very difficult now to watch like some Denis Villeneuve films and not also just see them as a Roger Deakins film as well. There's so much individual effort put into films that to just individual effort by multiple people put into films that just to relegate it to like the director's vision is it's always seemed very strange to me. Hi, Rocco. Hi, Rocco. And it should be of no surprise that the people who invented the auteur theory were basically directors themselves. So I'm not surprised that they wanted to center themselves in it. Being like Truffaut and Godard and the people who were writing for Cahiers de Cinema in the late 50s. Bazin, I think, as well, was involved in the auteur theory development. But Dr. David, you probably know that better than I do at this point. You only saw the first episode of Game of Thrones. That was a really good episode. I really like that movie. I remember actually watching the first episode, not knowing a single thing about it, and after it was finished, I was like, you know what? I think this Game of Thrones might go someplace. I think this might go some places. And boy, howdy, did it. Let's see. Any other news here that we want to talk about? A lot of stuff about Star Trek I'm seeing. I'm basically just looking at the stuff that like got a lot of traction. New Muppet series. Well, that's not a movie. 4 original Christmas Story cast members joined Peter Billingsley in HBO Max sequel. So we're getting a sequel film to Christmas Story. Cool. Cool. The dollars must flow as Dune finally crosses 400 million at the box office, which is still $400 million away from it breaking even. Oh, WB must be so desperate for content to say yes to Dune Part 2. As much as I love them for doing it, man, Dune did not make them money, but they're still going for it. Oh, Sundance award-winning doc Aftershock acquired by Disney. So that'll be coming to Disney Plus soon. That's pretty fun. Anything else here? BioShock movie coming to Netflix. Ah, yes. Did you all hear about this? Speaking about video games and movies, Netflix has decided to make a BioShock film. And I think mostly the reaction to this I saw online was like pretty positive. People are like, oh, finally, we're getting a BioShock film. Like, it's a video game that's made to be a movie because of like the really well established lore, the different characters involved in it, the ultimate reveal at the end of the first BioShock, which is for many a very eye-opening video game experience. So it should translate well to cinema, but of course that will largely depend on who they get to actually direct the gosh darn thing. And all the other stuff, because I don't agree with auteur theory. But yeah. I wonder, do they actually tell us who the director is going to be? Okay, no details regarding director, writers, cast, so they're just saying that they're actually making it. But hey, they're making a BioShock movie. That's fun. It's all entertainment, but that sounds like a question of why you're enjoying it. Bad on purpose is considered art. Bad on accident is considered comedy. I want to be entertained by the end. Bad on purpose is considered art. Bad on accident is considered comedy. I don't know if I agree with that because something like Trolls 2 is definitely not, or even like The Room, those are not bad on purpose. That's someone giving an earnest effort, and it turns out to be comedy because they genuinely believe that the bad movie that they made is incredible. You know, you can look at interviews with the guy who directed Trolls 2, and he's like, I made a good movie. Trolls 2 is a good movie. Same thing with the guy who directed Room. He's like, yeah, I'm a great director. So yeah, man, if Room was public domain, you know we'd be watching that on this channel. Okay, well, sorry. Sorry to mention the dirty word auteur. All best films have an obvious intelligence behind them, whether it's one or many people. Standardizing anything removes that unique intelligence. But But you can also see examples of this happening in video games, right? Like, it doesn't happen to the same extent, but you do have people like Kojima, who is a game director, and he's sort of seen as being like an auteur of video games, where even though his video games are somewhat directed experiences, people can still interact with environments and things like this. But it's still considered kind of a like it's still a Kojima film, or still it's still a Kojima video game. You know, it has that feeling. Same thing with what's his name, Suda 51, the guy who made Killer 7, I want to say. And I mean that game specifically, Killer 7, is an on rails game for the most part, from what I recall. So I don't know if standardizing removes unique intelligence, but maybe we're coming at it from two different angles. What do I think of Zendaya? She's cool. She does good work. I hear that she's very good in Euphoria. I don't watch Euphoria, so I don't know for sure, but I think she's good. I think she does good stuff. I do enjoy well-made films more than many B movies, but I think in the end, if I'm not entertained, I wasted my time. Yeah, I get that. You want to feel like you got something out of your time, right? Otherwise, you just start thinking of all the other things you could have done with that 2 hours of time. You think she's pretty overrated? How dare you think Zendaya is overrated? Get out of here, Don. You're kicked out of here. Oh, as soon as you mention Zendaya, the bots show up. Like how she was in Dune. That's not her fault though. Like that's not her hyping herself up or being overhyped. Like that's that's people for one not really knowing what Dune is like, because yeah, that character doesn't show up until like the second half of the book anyways. So if you just go with this idea that um that part one of the Dune film series will deal with the first part of the book, you should know that Zendaya is not going to be in the film that much. So I think that's just a lot of people not really knowing the source material, and also being kind of tricked by the promotional material of the film, because she was featured quite heavily in the trailers. Comedic to some viewers, its perspective, like one man's trash is another man's treasure, good or bad, is right depending on who views it. That is true. That is true. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, yeah. I'm just scratching this cat's chin. He's liking it. He's liking it. Any more news to talk about, I wonder? Bloody Disgusting brings Freddy's Nightmares to the Screambox streaming service today. The hell is Screambox? I thought we already had a horror streaming service. Ugh, another one. Freddy's Nightmares. Oh, this is. Yeah, I think Freddy's Nightmares is actually a TV series. Yakuza Apocalypse, 13 Nights of Elvira, Hill House, Grave Intentions, The Stairs, Hellier, Fender Bender, Evil Dead Trap, Brain Freeze. Oof. I saw that at Fantasia. Not a fan. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. Oh, they got Slumber Party Massacre. That's fun. Bad Moon, Season of the Witch. Okay. But yeah, pretty sure there are way too many streaming services, everyone. Because between this and Shudder and like Arrow Video streaming service, which I don't even know if is available in Canada, like there's enough of this. There are enough streaming services. I think we should like enact government policy where if you want to create a streaming service, you must demonstrate the niche that you are filling, because otherwise you shouldn't be allowed to do it. Oh, I can't see what's actually in here? Why not? What if I just did that? Search. Nope. Oh, wait, browse. Yes. Yeah, this is one I can actually see being kind of cool, because Era Video does a lot of great restorations of like schlocky B horror movies, stuff like that. Digital deluxe editions. Phantasm, the complete collection. Donnie Darko. Lords of Chaos. Ooh, Climax. Deep Red. Sick. Satanic Panic. The Endless. The Long Good Friday. I think that's supposed to be pretty fun, right? Oh shit. Man, my chat just like, whew. I bow to Tubi. Man, I cannot do ads in movies. I just can't do it. Oh, what is this? That looks sick. Man Machine. Yo, I wanna see this thing. Shit. How much is the subscription to this? $5 a month. That's not bad. That's not bad. Oof. All right. Something to think about. Although I already subscribe to too many streaming services, so probably not going to do that. Marvel movies and Jurassic Park are the exact opposite of new experiences. It's like being stuck in the same loop of permanent film taste lockdown. Uh, I guess you're referring to Jurassic Park as a franchise and not as an individual film. Oh wait, I think I missed a lot of stuff. I think whatever our film taste, we want to be surprised by something new, something we haven't seen, heard, sensed, emotionally, intellectually experienced before. That's entertainment. I think that's an aspect of entertainment. I think there's people who derive a lot of entertainment from watching the same thing over and over and over again and not being surprised at all. Um, which is why we're probably where we're at with our own film going experiences. All of the things that we liked before are being shown to us over and over and over again. That is why I like Fast and Furious and Marvel films. I'm entertained for 2.5 hours. Also, can't wait for the new Jurassic Park. Yeah, it's kind of the opposite side of that. Ow, damn it, cat. Yes, a new experience is worth a lot. Actually, I want to watch Hustlers. I'm shook that JLo apparently got an Oscar snub for that. She's good in it, no doubt. Um, I would have to look back at who was nominated in the category to determine if it was a snub or not. I think it's one of those things where, like, if you look at the totality of female best supporting roles from that year, she probably doesn't make it. But if you look at who was actually nominated, I think there might have been someone that she was better than who was nominated, but I can't remember exactly. New Jurassic Park looks fun. Yeah, I've come around to it a bit more. I rewatched the trailer, and my initial gripes about the framing of Laura Dern and Sam Neill were unfounded. I don't know what I was thinking. I bow to Tubi. No, because that's what Christian streaming service called. Christian movies are trash. Wait, what? What? What's the Christian streaming service? We haven't talked about that at all. Objectively, like as movies. Yeah, no. I've seen film essays on here that like deconstruct films that are on like the Christian streaming service. I forget what it's called, like Pure TV or something like that. I don't know. I got an ad-free Tubi application for my Android TV box. Yo, that's sick. That's awesome, actually. One thing I also noticed about Tubi though is they tend to be like VHS or like full screen DVD versions of films. Like you don't often get like a good version of the film. That kind of bugs me. Keep streaming general, no streaming niche. What movie? What movies are you trying to watch? Don't pay $5. Oh, you're talking about the Arrow video thing? It was I think it was just called like Man Machine, something like that. I do like to pay money for movies when I can, you know? I'm like I think mostly piracy is fine because at the end of the day, people who pirate films are not we're not going to pay for them in the first place. So it's not really something that as a film going community we should be that worried about. Of course, businesses are worried about it, and that means that governments will care about it. But I think it's pretty overblown. Like piracy ain't doing nothing. Ads in movies is like watching on TV or on YouTube. I still like it, but I understand the dislike. See, the thing with me about like a thing like Tubi, right, is that you will get served ads occasionally, but usually on those services, the ads are exactly the same, and you'll get like the same ads back to back. And that just drives me up the wall. I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. So I just basically don't. First came the wave, then came the quake. Prepare for it. The burning sea. I'm watching Burning Sea tonight. These Dory, what are you talking about? I know the film The Wave. I think we were talking about that the other day. Not sure what the other ones are. Oh yeah, she had SAG Critics and Golden Globe nominations. Kind of like Lady Gaga. Interesting how that turned out. I watch a lot of old movies, and some are too similar to others, but if I watch it on stream, it turns into a Mystery Science Theater 3000 episode with many people tearing it apart, or a film discussion, which are both fun. Yeah, absolutely. That's the problem with cinema in the world, and the pandemic has prolonged the stagnant situation where no one's taste or desires change significantly, and the planet makes no progress and dies. I mean, we are... Yeah, the planet is dying, for sure. That's more of a climate change thing than a cultural thing. I tend to think that like it's countries like the United States that have become perhaps culturally stale because they have been, they've been on top for so long. There's probably stuff happening in other parts of the world like Nollywood, Nigerian cinema, parts of Africa that are starting to now get into or become more well known for filmmaking. You're probably going to see very different versions of cinema come out of those places. And that may be where you get the new stuff from. Going back to Jurassic Park, the shot with the dinosaurs running with the horses and music I thought was great. The problem I had with that shot is like Chris Pine would be so cold. Like, look at what he's wearing. Look at the weather he's in. And he's riding a horse at top speed. That man would be shivering. No way a reasonable human being would be dressed like that while riding a horse in the winter. I think it's neat that some of the dinosaurs sort of naturally mingled with certain modern animals. I also do like the shot where like the big fish dinosaur like goes after the fisherman. Like, it's a pretty intelligent thing to do. Like, just wait for the fish to be caught in this net and be like, ooh, a buffet. You just chows down on it. Watching alone is just watching something similar to what I've seen, though, and can be boring. It can be. It does make it a lot better when you're able to see, like, a movie in theaters and have that theatrical experience where you have, like, a lot of people reacting to it. I don't know how I would have felt about the new Scream movie if I didn't see it with, like, a bunch of other people in a theater, you know? But Gaga didn't deserve an Oscar nom, especially for Best Actress. I mean, yeah, there's also that, too. But like in the case of Jennifer Lopez, I can't remember if she was actually deserving of that nomination, or if we all just wanted it to happen. Norwegian disaster movie director John Andres Anderson, new movie just dropped. It's called The Burning Sea. Okay, cool. The Burning Sea, eh? Is that something that we can find? The Burning Sea official trailer. Yeah, why don't we watch it? Why not? Why not? Magnolia. There. I will restart this just so you can all hear the music from the beginning. Sick. It's like Deepwater Horizon.
Hei.
Det som har skjedd at en plattform har gått ned.
Vi skal lete etter mennesker?
Det helt riktig.
Ooh. I bet there's going to be some oil and it catches fire. And that will create the Burning Sea. Guys, I'm so good at movies. Pretty good explosion.
Ja, det har altså vært en dramatisk utvikling de siste 2 dagene.
Som større enn vi har sett noen gang tidligere.
Oh, do all of the rigs catch on fire? Wait, what is going on? Is this like a crack in the ocean has opened up? What is going on in this movie?
Har det skjedd noe med pappa?
Why do there need to be advanced fighter jets here? What are they fighting? Is this a monster movie? Is this a secret kaiju film? is this? In theaters on demand on the 25th. Man, I want to see this. What was going on here? Put that in my little highlight counter. Might get turned into a video tomorrow. We'll see. Dory, do you have any insight into like the into the story going on here? Yes, from the makers of The Wave. I'll watch it. The Wave was great. After watching so many mediocre disaster films, I want to see this too. I need to check out those other two as well. Yeah, The Wave is good. The Wave is really good. I haven't seen the second one that was mentioned. All right. Actually, yeah, what was it? Because Dory, I think you mentioned it up here. Then came The Quake. Gotcha. Also, I gotta say, some of the CGI in this looks pretty good. It's another reason why I have no patience for like Marvel films that have bad CGI. Because like, there's no way that those films should have bad CGI. Like, look at this. That's like a complete structure with a lot of tiny detail in it, and it looks real good. Looks real, real good. I don't care about the story. I need fuel and fire. So you're gonna just let me reference Metallica for you then? Give you fuel, give you fire, give me that which I desire. Boom. Or whatever he says. Chris Pine, you mean Pratt? Whatever. One of the Chris's. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, Andrew's here. What up, dude? Thank you for joining us. Art appreciation should be a mandatory class in high schools. Absolutely. By the way, quick question. Are you more impressed if an actor wins an Oscar for leading or best supporting? I think it's impressive either way. I think it can be really difficult for a supporting actor to actually stand out to the point where they can become nominated, right? Like, it's not really specific on the role. You really got to put yourself forward, and you really need to stand out in a film that could also have a very great leading performance going for it, right? Like Jesse Plemons and Kirsten Dunst getting nominated, they're doing that in the shadow of Benedict Cumberbatch. So, you know, that to me is also impressive. I just don't know if it's I don't know which one. I don't know which I think is more impressive, because I think you're doing very different things within the film. Stagnation is an issue. Both new and old ideas are fine, but a circulation and reuse of old ideas is overpowering. New ideas happen in small doses, and people become comfortably numb to what they know. I think I largely agree with that. And reuse of old ideas is overpowering. And currently in like where we are right now, you know, with nostalgia being what it is, perhaps there's just too much nostalgia. After watching The Wave, I'll check out The Burning Sea. Also, that's a different shot. Well, you know, I'm not going to remember everything from a trailer I watched a couple of days ago. Yes, well put. I think with Parasite and potential wider acceptance of international films, everyone recognizes quality when they are exposed to it. Yeah. And probably another way of thinking about that, which I know is being a little bit nitpicky, but when you say that everyone recognizes quality when they see it, I think that also comes from a very domestic kind of place. So when we're talking about quality, we're talking about what we, as people who have grown up in the Western first world, think of as quality. So we have an idea in our mind of what a quality film looks like. And while when you look at a film like Parasite and it's like, oh yeah, this is a quality film, if we're looking at like countries where filmmaking is not as prevalent, and where they perhaps are creating their own unique styles and ways of creating films, ways of telling stories, the what comes from that may not be what we would consider quality, but it will be unique to that place and could, you know, go down in history as like the best film from like that particular country, right? So we have to recognize that when we say quality, it's very much representative of the cinema, the film that we have grown up with and have watched our entire lives, right? Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Ooh. He probably says, ooh, yeah, because it's James Hetfield, and that's the only thing he can really do, aside from be the front man of the biggest band ever. Hot take about Metallica. Master of Puppets as an album is overrated. put that out on TikTok, see how people like me. This trailer is what I mean. It's like living in a Disney community. Yes, it's entertaining, but it's so far removed from reality, it might as well be a video game. But it's also, with its divergence from reality, able to tell a cautionary tale about drilling in the ocean. And so, as a disaster film, is sort of taking up that mantle of being able to, and this is, I mean, this is something that disaster films do. I'm not going to say I've always agreed with how disaster films have gone about it, or who has been on the receiving end of said consequences, but it does give you an example of what is possible if we continue to just drill for oil. Right, you get disaster. So I don't. I can see there being more than just an entertainment value to this. Same with a film like Don't Look Up. Like it or love it, the film very clearly has a message about political interference and corporate interference with the lives of everyday people, and how not acknowledging a crisis does not make that crisis go away, a la climate change. But obviously, a movie like Don't Look Up is built to be entertaining as well. You can look at that just based off of the cast: Jonah Hill and Meryl Streep and Jennifer Lawrence and Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Blanchett and everyone else who's in that movie. So, just because it's entertaining doesn't mean it doesn't have something else going on for it. When is your Shiva Baby review coming out? Any chance winning an Independent Spirit Award? It's got one nom for John Cassavetes Award. I don't know what else is nominated for the John Cassavetes Award. I can just look that up right now. I would think that it is like a shoe-in to win it. But once again, I don't know what else is nominated. Let's take a look. They have not updated this. Thank you very much. Independent Spirit Awards. Spirit Awards. Hey, that's not far away. March 6th. That's kind of far away. Here are the 22 independent films nominated. Best Feature, Best First Feature, Best Director, Best Screenplay, John Cassavetes Award. Okay, so Jockey, I just saw a trailer for that at TIFF. That has a Sundance Actor Award winning performance in it, so that has a shot. The others I'm not aware of. So of these ones, I would say that Shiva Baby does have the best shot. This Jockey probably being the number 2, or also the one that has the best shot at also winning. But I'm only basing that on the fact that I saw a trailer for it yesterday at TIFF. So I don't know. I don't know what to say beyond that. But I think Shiva Baby, to me, yeah. Although also, I should say, I'm basing this off of how much I know or have heard about all of these movies. And Shiva Baby is a Canadian film that has been available on Canadian streaming services for a year. So I've just been going by the thumbnail for that video for months and months and months, which is why to me it's around, So yeah. But yeah, I mean, Shiva Baby, sure. Let's say that one wins. As to when my review will be coming out for it, I don't know. I don't know if I would review it. I think everyone should watch it. It will make you very ill at ease. Let's say that. Actually, no, people will never recognize a quality movie right away. If the quality movie is different enough from what we consider to be quality, then that is true, I think. Sometimes it does take us time to actually get back to recognizing that movies are good. I doubt quality is recognized when seen. Perception is a factor, but many films are trashed upon release and praised later. The location point is true too. When you do something right, you don't realize how effective it was, aka you think nothing happened, but we will recognize when there is something wrong and bad when we see it. It's not exactly what I'm thinking of. Sorry, I just have a quote running through my head where a director was talking about having to stop questioning scenes that just worked really well and effortlessly. He kind of had this idea that when he's directing scenes, filmmaking is hard, creating art is hard, and we shouldn't automatically question or doubt moments where it comes effortlessly, because there just might be a day where you get everything on the first shot, all the performances are good, everything goes according to plan, and you shouldn't just think well, art is supposed to be hard, so I need to do 50 takes of this, even though the first take was absolutely exactly what I wanted. I don't know if that really applies to what you're saying here, Don, when saying like you don't realize how effective it was, you think nothing happens, but you kind of have to just allow yourself to accept when something goes right. I would disagree. Iranian cinema of the 90s, Korean cinema of the 21st century. Hadn't seen anything like that before, and my concept of quality has expanded. I appreciate that take. When I watch a film like Memories of Murder, though, the Bong Joon Ho film, I still see that as being somewhat conventional in terms of like North American European cinema. Like, there's nothing about it that is so different to me in its construction that says to me like, oh, this is a particularly different style of filmmaking. I understand that it has like a kind of Korean flavor to it, but there's nothing about it that is decidedly or extremely different. Of course, I'm coming to this from the idea of like, if you look at countries that do things in a different way, like Bollywood is an example, they have a different way of approaching emotions. They have a different way of approaching songs, and that's all very much relevant to their culture. I think one thing about it is something called dashan, I believe, and this idea where you can actually like know someone or like have your soul touch someone else's soul just with like just by like looking at someone's eyes. And so in Bollywood cinema, this idea of like two people looking at each other actually carries a lot of weight, especially when you get these kind of like I think Western audiences, when they see them and think they're kind of funny, but you get like these kind of like tracking in shots, but also cutting back and forth between like two people's faces. And like this is meant to be significant, whereas, or sorry, this is meant to be significant because it's culturally rooted in Indian cinema, and I guess beyond that as well, because like this is a thing where they are able to interact with each other on this almost spiritual level. But from someone who's outside of Indian culture and is not really aware of what is going on here, it just looks like a very strange way of doing like the kind of shot, reverse shot, or eventually getting into a close-up type stuff that we see in spaghetti western, Sergio Leone films being a great example of this. So this idea of quality can certainly be dependent on where the viewer is from and what the viewer is aware of, especially when we're talking about films that come from different countries that have developed in a film system, filmmaking system that is not so directly influenced by the West. If I submit my Rocco ballot, I can go back and edit it before the deadline. Right. Yes, you do have that capability. Although, wait. I think if you submit it, it's locked. But if you like just write in all of your answers but don't submit it, you can go back and edit those. I think. Actually, I could try to do this right now and confirm it. Let me just go to my Google Drive. Nomination ballot. View. Yes, you can edit your response after submitting. So you're good to go. A lot of great Korean films. I haven't seen many Iranian films. Have to watch some. Love a lot of Korean horror films. Yeah, there's a lot of great Iranian films. I too am not as experienced with Iranian cinema, so I can't really speak to that. But Kiarostami, of course, is one to go with. Hope I'm saying his name right. But he's kind of seen as like the best Iranian director of all of the Forevers, so that would be the place to go. Shiva Baby was filmed 12 blocks away from my crib. No way. It's wild to me that it's kind of considered a Canadian film because it sounds like it was shot in, it was shot near you in New York, and it was, I guess the director is Canadian, and so maybe it got some government funding that way. But it's weird that that's kind of like a acclaimed Canadian film, Ad Forgotten, you have answered your own plight about regarding quality. Old Boy became internationally recognized. Then sympathy for Mr. Vengeance and others. Exposure means everything. For sure. Yeah, for sure. I think just the point I was trying to make in that, and I'll interject into your conversation, is that the Korean films that we're seeing now are not so different from are not so different from Western versions of cinema. Explosion is important. I liked Old Boy trilogy because they were different from other revenge films. I don't know if that means quality is recognized though in general. Dr. Davis saying the assassination of Jesse James was a film I came to with no expectations, and as I was watching it, I thought this feels like a masterpiece, but it can't be, right? Quality is undeniable. But you were trying to deny. Yeah, I guess maybe just the final point I'll say on this whole quality discussion that we're having is like what you perceive as quality is going to be dependent on your own filmmaking, your own, or not filmmaking, but your own viewing experiences, what you've seen, the context you've seen them in. It's entirely possible that someone who has seen mostly things like Mean Girls, which is good, and Legally Blonde, and like other, say, 90s comedies like that, because that is their reference point for quality and they judge quality based on what it would be like to see a film, or their reference for quality is based on what they've seen, then they could go and watch a film like Godfather and Apocalypse Now and be like, oh, that's a bad movie, because that film falls way outside of their idea of what a film is or what a film that they like is. So yeah, I think this idea that that quality is self-evident is not necessarily true. I think once you become learned in the ways of cinema, once you've started seeing enough film from all over the world, then might be able to start making that argument. But once again, this quality is self-evident thing really depends on your own experiences with cinema and is not something that is universal, which I don't know if that's what you were arguing for, but I guess that's just what I wanted to say on it. So back to perception and experiences. Yeah, I think that plays a lot into it. My point is a wider one. There's so much international coverage of movies today that so many more quality, if not all, movies are discovered and talked about and exposed. Ooh, I also don't really agree with that. Like, yes, there is a lot of international coverage of movies, and so many more, if not all, movies are discovered. That's the part that I disagree with, because there are so many films that we never hear about, and like they could be awesome. Like there's a film I saw at TIFF a few years ago called Jimpa. I Let me see if I can find some information on it and just throw it up here. But like this was my third favorite film of TIFF that year. The only two films above it were like Roma and Burning, and this was like my number 3 film of the entire festival. It takes place in like the Tibetan mountains. It's totally awesome. It, I believe, it played at Venice. It won best screenplay at Venice. But like, who here has heard of this movie? Because it fucking disappeared after TIFF. It only reemerged, to my knowledge, on a streaming service that tends to go with like festival films and things like this, films from an independent world. It's on here, but this is a very small streaming service with a very small, as far as I know, user base. So like, to me, this is a film that fell into my like definition of quality, but no one's seen it, and even with all of the international press available with it, it's not talked about, and it's basically just gone, right? So this idea that like the best and cream of the crop rises to the top, I don't really believe. It really, I think in a lot of cases it probably depends more on if a film can be good in the way that the most people who have influence on these things agree that it's also good, right? So like Burning and Roma, well, I mean, probably shouldn't include Roma because it had Alfonso Cuarón behind it, but like Burning, let's say, the director of Burning is not so well known outside of Korea. That was able to rise to the top and get a somewhat or not wide release, but it was able to be released in North America. Largely because everyone, like a lot of the people who saw it were like, oh, this rules. This really fits into my definition of what I think is really good cinema. Whereas Jimpa like didn't, even though it fit into mine. So I think Burning, comparing these two films together, is a bit more accessible, and just kind of like broadly fits better into more people's definition of what is like a quality good movie, whereas Jimpa did not. even though it is a quality good movie in my estimation. I have a feeling this is turning into like a labyrinthian talking discussion point. Dory's saying 5 years. I'm still thinking about Winter Sleep by Cillian after watching it. Winter Sleep. This one? Oh, Turkish drama. Nice. Yo, that's a long ass movie. Dang. It's 3.5 hours almost. Wait. It won the Palme d'Or and the Fapresci Prize? Holy shit. Are you just disagreeing with me to keep me watching? There will always be movies we don't get to see. I said more movies, not all movies. You said many more, if not all. But no, I'm not arguing with you just to keep you watching. But I do feel the need to talk these points out. It's how we get to a better sense of understanding, you know? There's a consensus around quality. The Oscars, for an example. Yeah. And not to argue with you, but like, you know. I mean, we all know that like the Oscars being a consensus for best of the year is like not true, but like it is a consensus forming award show, certainly. The level of exposure is wider. Maybe quality is recognized more than I credit for. Easy access to these films changes the game a lot. I'm also just going to argue with that a little bit because I guess I'm feeling up for it. But it also makes it so much harder to actually find stuff. You know, we've all been paralyzed by Netflix before. So when you have more choice, it becomes harder to make that choice. Excuse me. But people are smiling in the chat, so that's all I need. That's all I wanted to see. All right. We've just hit over into 7 p.m. Stream's been going for about 3 hours. All right. Is there any more film news, I wonder? Bioshock movie, pieces of her trailer. Toni Collette and Beth Heathcote are mother-daughter duo in Netflix mystery. It's a series. Get out of here, television. Oh my god. Did you guys see the trailer for this? The Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie? They're going for like some weird meta shit, you know? Like some real weird meta shit. Should I throw that on? See, where's the original? Yeah. Oh, not a lot of people. Yeah, there's a trailer. Check it out. Oh, you'll see why they make it a movie. You'll see.
Real Hollywood story. Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, the show that defined a generation and turned two unknown chipmunks into international superstars. But as success took Chip and Dale to new heights,
To many more seasons of the Rescue Rangers.
We were living the dream, dancing the Roger Rabbit with Roger Rabbit.
no one ever imagined
Exciting!
it could all come crashing down. Torn by vanity,
You look different.
Hey, it's no secret I had the CGI surgery done.
consumed by temptation,
My love of cheese got the best of me. I just love it so much.
Like addiction stuff here with cheese in a
Puppies.
kids movie.
is it possible that two living legends are destined to reunite?
I'm thinking reboot.
Nobody wants a reboot.
And
The Rescue Rangers!
You need a disguise or something. Grab the first thing you can. What? Rescue Rangers 2.0.
This place place looks weird.
Remember that animation style where everything looked real, but nothing looked right?
Who are you?
Are you talking to us?
Obviously.
But it looks like you're talking to that window.
It actually looks like I'm looking right at you.
Okay.
Look at my eyes, looking right at your eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of things here just to go through. I don't want to watch the whole thing
Everything
again,
looked
but,
real.
like,
This place looks
I totally missed
weird.
this the first
Remember
time
that
through. It's a straight reference to the Cats musical movie. What? I totally missed that the first time through, and I kind of love that it's here. But also, it looks like they're doing the thing where they're trying to jam as many like properties into one film, so this could very much end up like Space Jam.
Rescue Rangers 2.0.
Yeah, that's
Rescue Rangers 2.0.
Yep. I mean, it's a very plump Aladdin from the looks of it, but that is the magic carpet. Who else do we recognize here? I don't really see anyone else. We got the Tony ones. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to be. Although this looks like he's got like the chest of Gaston. So is this going to be like some sort of mix, mash, mangle of like Disney villains? Roger Rabbit isn't it yet?
This place looks weird.
Remember that animation style where everything looked real, but nothing looked right?
Who are you?
Sorry,
looks like you're talking-
I didn't see. I don't remember his name in there. Sandberg, Arnett. Yeah, I don't see Ryan Reynolds in here. Yeah, I'll watch this. It's hitting a lot of those nostalgia notes. Okay, fourth wall breaks, and a behind-the-scenes scenario is kind of cool. I have a strong feeling someone I know will make me watch this. Maybe missing the movie potential? Well, now you know what the potential is. Yeah, I'll watch this. But now I just want to download the original show too. How many episodes of that? Also, forever disappointed that like the rescuers from Rescuers Down Under didn't really cross over with Chip and Dale, or did they? It's only 65 episodes. You could power through that pretty quickly. That's only what, 20 hours of content? That's like watching 3 of these live streams. For a different take, I'm only interested in quality. Some people may be interested in checking out movies for historical curiosity interest. That's fine. I'm only interested in the best. That's fair. I will say that I definitely will watch a film if it's like the first film of a thing, or if it has like historical importance. I am kind of a sucker for that, but I've always leaned more into film history when it came to film academia when I was studying film, so that's probably where that comes from. Jurassic Park when the T-Rex roars at the end. Yeah, I know what they're referencing. I just mean like that villain seemed like it was made up of like a lot of different stuff. Oh, Chip and Dale. Why? Aside from the fact that Disney just needs more money. Spider-Man No Way Home takes down Avatar. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, just want to talk about this quickly. I guess Shudder has a series called Cursed Films where they talk about cursed movies, and it looks like the one of them that they're doing is Cannibal Holocaust. That's going to be great. Cannibal Holocaust has such a wild post-film release history. So cool. So cool. So yeah, I would look out for that if you can. I took my son aged 5 to Alvin and the Chipmunks 2, and I said that was the worst movie ever. My son replied, "Dad, that was the best movie ever. You're right, quality is subjective." Yes. David Jr. proving me right. Is Jesse McCarthy still voicing Theodore? I don't know. Is there a way to check that? Characters. Oh, from Alvin and the Chipmunks, though. I don't know. I don't even know how to answer this. Theodore, cast. Jesse McCarthy as Theodore. Let's see what he's up to. He's in Love, Weddings, and Other Disasters and hasn't been in a film since then. And looking at television, no. He is in Fear the Walking Dead, though. The voice of Theodore from Alvin and the Chipmunks is in Fear the Walking Dead. Interesting. All right. Quality is great. I'm entertained by B movies, though. I love the contrast between them. Historical interest is fun to see, too. I just watch movies and hope I enjoy the experience. Yeah, I had a similar thing recently when I watched Wedlock. It's a bad movie, but I loved it. It's so stupid, but it's great. Is Jesse McCarthy still voicing Theodore? Covered that. Cannibal Holocaust was wild. Yes. One of the only films that I know for a fact I will only ever see once. It is so indelibly burned into my brain that I never ever need to see it again. So many of the images just live rent-free in my mind. Oh, that film really fucks you up, man. And then you find out like all of the post-release controversy, like it has to the director basically had to prove that the actors were still alive because all of their deaths were so realistic. And it is one of the first examples of like a found footage film as well, so there is some historical reasons to see it. But man, it's just fucked. It's just fucked. Fear the Chipmunk. Always fear the Chipmunk. Because it knows how to store its nuts. Oh, Spider-Man No Way Home takes down Avatar to become third biggest movie ever at domestic box office. People sure do love that Spider-Man. Downton Abbey gets a new trailer. Oh, good. The Batman's cleared for a China release. Hooray. Oh, we're getting a Lord of the Rings anime? What? Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim anime feature set for April 2024 release by Warner Brothers? What? Set for release, yeah. Variety can report exclusively. Set roughly 2 centuries before the events of The Hobbit. Well, I need to know more about this. Set roughly 2 centuries before the events of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim will explore the exploits of Helm Hammerhand, the King of Rohan, and the creation of Helm's Deep, the stronghold featured in Lord of the Rings Two Towers. Kenji Kamiyama, who has done Blade Runner Black Locust and Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, is directing. So I guess we already know what the animation style is going to be like. With Blade Runner Black Lotus producer Joseph Chu, through his anime studio Sola Entertainment, which has been working on the film since it was announced in June 2021. Oh, so we already knew it was happening. Now we just know like when it's coming out. Voice cast announcements are expected soon. The story has been updated to reflect the correct release date for War of the Rohirrim, which is April 12th, 2024. Mark it on your calendars. It's only 2 years away. I wonder if that means it's going to be an HBO Max exclusive or if they haven't said anything about it yet. I wonder. Also, I'll ask this question because I'm a Blade Runner fan. They just announced there's going to be a Blade Runner 2099 live-action television series made for Amazon Prime Studios. And what does everyone think about this? What do you all think about the fact that we are getting a Blade Runner 2099 television series? I don't quite know what to make of it. I suddenly found myself in a place a number of years ago where I desperately wanted like some kind of Blade Runner follow-up as long as it was done really, really well. And then I got that, and now it seems like we're just getting a lot of Blade Runner stuff. Like somehow the thing that I have, something that I have loved and cherished is now just being turned into another IP, and I don't know if I like that or not. I have seen like a little bit of Blade Runner Black Lotus and was not too keen on it, although I just think that's more the animation style than anything else. Oh, David, you're heading out. Sorry, I missed that. Have yourself a great evening, and I will be live streaming tomorrow to discuss my thoughts about the Uncharted film. Hooray, the Uncharted film. That'll be about 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Cannibal Holocaust was wild. Yep. Is Sony in trouble considering No Way Home is going to make $1 billion? I think they're fine for the most part. I think Sony's fine. Like, are they going to get bought out with that kind of success? Well, that's a thing, right? Like, if you're doing really well, then the price to buy gets higher. So if like Marvel wanted to buy Sony or something like that, Sony Pictures specifically, they want the Spider-Man films to do bad. But now Sony is just like, oh, we kind of understand how to make movies now. Let's just continue doing that and we will make money. And Sony Pictures becomes more and more valuable because of it. I think there's a live action show too, aside from Rankin Bass. There was a finished series called Hobbit, and that's all I know of. Interesting. No Denny, no Blade Runner. Fair. Although Ridley Scott is set to produce the new film or the new series for Amazon Prime, so maybe that's a good thing. Yu-Gi-Oh is still better. What a wild statement to make. Yu-Gi-Oh better than what? What is Yu-Gi-Oh better than? I don't understand. Let Blade Runner die. Yeah, I'd be okay with just keeping Blade Runner where it's at. Although, no, sorry, Ridley Scott is just producing. He's not directing the new Blade Runner series. Like, he was also a producer on Blade Runner 2049 because I think he has some sort of stake in it somehow. It took Ridley Scott 7 times to cut the final cut of Blade Runner. Yeah, took him a while. 7 cuts or 7 times and like 30 years ish. No, when did the final cut come out? 2008. About 25 years. 7 tries in 25 years. That's all it takes to make a good movie. Yeah, that's bad enough. True. Although I will say that Ridley Scott's newer film, The Last Duel, it's good. It's a good one. House of Gucci sucks. We all know that. Last Duel's not bad, though. Last Duel's pretty good, I would say. All right, everyone. I think what I'm going to do, I know this stream has been going well. We've been having a good time. I've been on here for about 4 hours or so. I was thinking about trying to stream all the way through to like 10 p.m., and like try to react to like wrestling or something like that. But I think we've reached a pretty good spot to shut this down at. I can make some dinner, go watch wrestling, still stream for like 4.5 hours, which is great. So I think, yeah, this is where I'm going to shut it down. So please, everyone, make sure to come back tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be talking about Uncharted and, of course, any other thing that happens to come up during the day. We can talk about the film news, watch trailers, do all the fun things that we normally do. And until then, I hope you have a wonderful evening. I haven't seen The Last Duel, but I will never forgive him for Prometheus and Alien Covenant. Nor should you. So good night, Forgotten. I see you waving. Cheers to everyone. And I hope you have a wonderful Wednesday evening, and that you come back and see me tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, just in time for the bots. The bots are here to see me end. It's so nice of them to watch me go away. Good bots. Yes, Don, you can go buy a body pillow, finally. Yes, everyone here have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow.